finish after, so around 5:45 probably. So most of you will go with the, so we'll be driving you to the hotel. Okay, so and as if I was a tourist agent, there we finish our services. Okay, so our services are finished there. The moment that we put you in the van, you are on your own. Okay, so
no problem.
You have to say it in a polite way. You are free to do whatever you want.
Exactly. Just another thing, for the second presentation, we have some students that will join us. So they are bachelor, second year of bachelor, and it's a class of intercultural management, and that they will have their class at the same time of the second presentation. So they will enter by there, through there, and they will just sit down there. Hopefully I will try to coordinate things that they enter before Sinya starts speaking, okay, and then they will leave to the coffee break, okay? So, the stage is...
Thank you. Well, thank you for staying for my talk. It's been a pleasure to be able to join the academies for over the last couple of years, and it helps me actually clarify many of the issues that I've been working on. And today it's kind of like what I'm going to talk about today is kind of like a sequel to what I talked about last year in Madrid. So with of course it's not the same thing, just a sequel to it. I have a 80-page PPT, but no worries. I will skip many of them since I already actually during the discussion sessions I've already talked about some of the things that I was going to talk about in this presentation. Yeah. So the urgency, I should look at that one. The urgency of reenactment is my title. The Taoist reconceptualization of water and the Anthropocene. In fact, I should have changed the title to Water and the Three Crises in one. First, I'll give you a review of what ancient Chinese thinkers think about water, or how they theorize water. And this is very often mentioned. The highest virtue is like water. Water nourishes all things without contention. It dwells in places others disdain. Thus, it is nearly akin to the Tao. I think it was cited also in the paper of Professor Chen. And this is quoted from Lao Tzu, the first Taoist classic. And so you see water is characterized as having these characteristics of becoming and adapting all the time. And then in the second Taoist classics, that aspect is carried on into this classics, but with a new, kind of like a new dimension, a new characteristic. For instance, this quotation that I cited, one can see oneself not in flowing water, but in still water. Only still water can retain those who seek to retain themselves, which just means that water can serve as a mirror. But mirror in the traditional Chinese conception is something that because it's still and clear, something can keep the original you. So, see, we have two actually kind of contradicting qualities of the water, all in the Taoist canon. Okay, one is becoming and adapting, the other is still and reflecting the original. But in fact, these two dimensions of the water complement each other without actually contradicting each other in the Taoist thinking. And this is a further elaboration of water as mirror. And this quotation this quotation further elaborates on how that how water can actually provide you with the perspective which is as large as universe, so that you can see things differently. So, in this particular quotation, the subject is compared to a huge fish, which can transform into a huge bird, as large as the sky, and then fly to another sea, from the North Sea to the South Sea, where it becomes a huge fish again. And so the process of flying itself is the process of transforming, becoming, and all that. But the beginning and the end is the still water. So water, again, this is another quotation from Zhuangzi, the second classic, which compares, again, like the very first quotation, which compares water to the Tao. Yeah. But in both cases, water is described as akin to the Tao, but then not Tao itself, so which it only serves as a metaphor for the Tao. And to be fair, Confucianism actually has a similar idea of water, but they're not cited very often. But the ideas are quite similar, except that Confucianism really talk about effacing the self. Yeah. So keeping the original, meaning effacing the socially constructed self. Yeah. But Confucian talks less, maybe never talks about effacing the self, because for them, maintaining the subjectivity, socially constructed self or subjectivity is still central to the existence of human beings. So, all in all, from the above, we can conclude by saying that water serves as a metaphor for the Tao, because of the term Tao is also used in Confucianism, except that they conceive the Tao slightly differently. And and water, just like Tao, it's nourishing but not dominating. It's always in the lowest place. And unlike, for instance, Western God, which nourishes but also, dominates you every aspect of your life. And water is like Tao, which is always becoming and emptying out. So it's purifying itself constantly, and therefore it is non-egotistic. Tao is non-egotistic, obviously, and man should emulate the Tao, by being not egoistic, cleansing all these self-related desires off from your subjectivity. And therefore, in the end, it's non-anthropocentric. And Taoism, both Taoism and Confucianism were born during the Zhou period, Zhou dynasty, the second dynasty of China, when they were trying to reinvent the idea of heaven, which was falling apart due to wars and all that. So people no longer believed that there was a heaven. And so they both tried to reconceptualize heaven. And the northern branch, which is Confucianism, reinvented heaven by emphasizing stability, continuity, centralization, and differentiation. Whereas Taoism develops by revolving around change, the idea of change, breaks, and decentralization and differentiation. Yeah. But both of them, to be fair, both of them were derived from shamanism, except that, they have, partially due to their geographical area, as well as that the cultures that were born in those areas. Okay, so the idea of Tao, so I'm going to talk about Taoism only from now on. Yeah. So in Taoism, heaven was transformed into this naturalistic idea of the Tao, which is an differentiated continuum, born before heaven and earth, can nourish like a mother. This is a quote. And it gives birth to all things, but does not possess them. It invigorates them, but does not boast of it. Let me look at this. It raises them, but does not dominate them. Okay. And for the Taoist, heaven is now understood as almost synonymous with nature, which is not static and passive, but more or less vitalist. Tao itself is a vital force. And Tao is also a potentiality, a perennial pulsating life force that gives birth to the myriad things in the world and continues to sustain them. And so, this, sometimes people can compare Tao to, the Western God, which is completely wrong, because the Tao is immanent and univocal, rather than, transcendent and bivocal in the Western concept of God. So, to put it very simply, Tao is becoming itself. Okay, now I'm moving on to the kind of Chinese poetry that was born from Taoism, or born under the influence of Taoism, which is called mountain and water poetry. Yesterday we had mountain and water paintings, and I'm going to talk about a little bit, just a little bit, mountain and water poetry, which just means nature poetry, more or less. And this kind of poetry was born in the revival of Taoist thought during the Wei and Jin dynasties, from AD 222 to 420, which this revival emphasized the liberation of the individual from the mundane shackles, especially it was especially because it was a time of wars, a lot of wars. So people felt really insecure, and they felt that the mundane world kind of constricts them from having spiritual freedom. And they emphasize especially this idea of emptying oneself and forgetting oneself or effacing oneself, 虚静忘我. So from the very beginning, it was this kind of mountain and water poetry, as I mentioned a little bit yesterday. This kind of contemplation is very different from, like, for instance, the Western romantic contemplation on nature. From the very beginning, it was non-anthropocentric. The attempt in most of the poems of this school try to merge the self into nature by effacing the self. So it's a non-anthropocentric kind of contemplation, and for them the way of life should be contingent upon the idea of 自然, or following the natural way, or letting go, or as well as the idea of non-action, which means non-goal-oriented action. Of course, you still act, but your action is not confined or constrained by goals. So these two, heaven and earth merging into one and forgetting both world and self, these two are the ideals espoused by this form of poetry. And this mountain and water poetry started with a form of poetry called roaming with the immortals poetry, a poetry of roaming among the immortals. Because these poets were constantly talking about, roaming in the mountains in order to seek out those immortals who can help them with, cultivating a life which can be immortal. Yeah, but of course these are just kind of they're not actually looking for these immortals, but trying to emulate the ways of life of these immortals, usually Taoist immortals. Yeah. And of course, behind this tradition, this seeking immortals tradition, lies the shamanic traditions of the south of the south of China. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, all primitive culture were developed from shamanistic culture, but the northern shamanistic traditions were very fast, very soon absorbed into the idea of heaven, kind of like the Western God, but it doesn't. But this heaven doesn't interfere with your personal life. It only decides who will be the king. Decides who I wish I should give the mandate. So you can see that from very beginning, this mountain and water poetry has an enchanted dimension. So it came from this enchanted worldview that the whole world is animistic, is pulsating with some kind of life. Wait a minute. Let me just give you 2 examples, just for for knowing a little more in depth of this kind of poetry. One is a poem by this author called Sun Tong, entitled Lanting. Lanting is just a place where they drink and write poetry together. A very famous place. And this poem goes like this: the host of the whole party gazes on hill and rill, looking up to find the recluse trace. Whiting pools graze the path in the vale. Sparse bamboos alternate with tall trees. White cups float along the winding stream. The cold wind shakes the falling leaves from pines. Birds of the season sing within the long ravine. Sounds of nature echo from peak to peak. So there's only one place where you see the human being, and then it kind of just gradually merge into the natural scenes. You don't see the human being anymore. And this is considered like the highest visionary ideal of mountain and water poetry. And this poem is written maybe 1,000 years later, which of course is a more kind of sophisticated form of this sort of poetry. It goes like this: spring clouds brood over the wild, green on green. A long tree flares with blossoms bright and keen. My boat moors by an old shrine. Late and still, I watch the wind-stirred river swell with rain. Even though you see the I in the end, the subject in the end, but the subject is contemplating nature without having any thoughts about himself. He's just contemplating. And so this is already a situation where, like I mentioned earlier, where heaven and the human merging into one. In Chinese, in ancient Chinese, heaven usually just means nature, not necessarily the world opposite you, not necessarily heaven or God. Okay, now let's go to our next step, where I'll be talking about the crises and how the earth, the reenchantment of the world can fix these crises. I think the 3 crises are very, very obvious. The imminent World War III, the Anthropocene, where we see the destruction of environment, and the unbridled development of technology under capitalism, especially AI, which is, according to many, which is replacing humans and creating new ruling class. So these are the 3 crises, and which I believe are, interrelated with each other, intertwined with each other. These are the popular arguments about why we wage wars, why do human beings have conflicts. But I think that they all make sense. But for modern wars, there's a very, very important, deeper cultural, not necessarily deeper, but unnoticed cultural reason, which It's derived from this idea of great chain of being, from the Middle Ages. I think most of the Western audience understand what it means. You know, in the Middle Ages, the objects in the world, in the whole world, were divided into these different levels on this hierarchy. God on top and minerals at the bottom. And this of course justifies the human place on the much higher level, only second to God and angels. But in our modern times, man has become the very top, have been moved to the very top, who is playing the role of God now. Yeah, and this secondly, this great chain of being also disenchanted the world completely by abstracting, by banishing spirit from the natural world. And so after this, the world, the human beings were set free. They were free to, consume the world as resources because it's no longer spiritual. And of course, it also led to the idea of holy war. The idea of holy war, actually, like I mentioned this morning in the van, the idea of holy war began in the Old Testament. The very war mentioned in the Old Testament was a holy war. The Jewish people went into Canaan and killed everybody, following the order of God. And this idea actually stuck in the conscience of the people of all the believers of all Abrahamic religions. So in the West, there were wars everywhere, but in the West, I think for a long time, even now, wars were conducted as if they were holy wars, because it's a war between God and devil, right? Always. But in the East, it's more obvious. It's more visible that it's actually a struggle over resources rather than ideology. Anyway, so I'm going to skip all this, and then for wars for the crises, modern technology is also a major reason. Because and also closely related to the idea of the great chain of being, and modern technology thrived under the understanding that, well, partially due to science too, of course, but science also indirectly validated the idea of the great chain of being, reason, because humans can reason, and therefore, we should dominate the world, and we should consume the world as if it was just resources, and and Heidegger made this, made this very famous argument that because modern science used the idea of Gestalt to understand the world, and therefore we now treat nature as natural resources. And he coincidentally he used the water as an example. Falls as an example for how people now see only the user value, not use value, but use value. See how people see nature only as resources. So when you see water, you see hydroelectric power rather than water itself. All right, so this is one of the ways that led to the Anthropocene. And then, of course, capitalism. The idea of maximizing profit, of course, creates, underlies many of the crises that we are facing. But again, it has to do with the great chain of being too. It has with human beings playing God again, especially in the case of AI's development. It's almost like we are, especially in the case of trying to develop AGI. That's almost like playing God, producing something which is very likely, is very close to, what human beings are like, or what human beings are capable of. And modern capitalism, contemporary capitalism, when compounded with neoliberalism, it becomes even pernicious. And we actually are expecting that very soon. Not we, but many scientists actually expect that very soon, the techno scene will arrive. It's already looming on the horizon. Especially if you look at the rise of the New Left in the United States, the movement of dark enlightenment, and you know how bad it can get, it could get. They actually are reviving the idea of the great chain of being. So how are we going to cope with this 3-in-1 problem? War, Anthropocene, capitalism, / neoliberalism. And of course, we need to dismantle this idea of the great chain of being by resorting to the suppressed heritages. It was differently named. For instance, by Walter Mignolo, it's called the exteriority of modernity. By Yu Hui, the non-modern. Mainly, the traditional cultures of the especially the non-modern world, but sometimes it's not, non-Western world. And even in the Western world, you have this reflection from the angle of Southern thought, which I mentioned, proposed by Albert Camus. And they have some kind of affinity here, global East, global South, posthumanism, animism, Taoism. They're not exactly the same, but they can be linked up and work together. And we have to, at the same time, resist all these things, all these tendencies, homogenization, universalization, absolutization, especially the latest round of neoliberal globalization. So I'm going to skip Southern thought, since I already talked about it. And all of these, global East, global South, etc., they can be actually summarized as the idea of, or the set of theories called postmodernism, which basically is an attempt to de-anthropocentrism, is an act of de-anthropocentrism. But how posthumanist can we get? You see all these posthumanist movements, and you sometimes wonder whether or not they are radical enough. For instance, the animal protection movement, which I believe is a product of the great chain of being, because you protect only cute animals, right? You don't protect roaches, only cute animals. So animals, in other words, animals who are more or less like you. They can feel and maybe they can think too. Like dogs are sometimes considered, having the intelligence of a 5-year-old, right? So they're almost like human beings, and that's why we need to protect them. Yeah, we need to treat them well, but we need also to treat everything else as if they had their own dignity. They certainly do. So treat them with dignity. All right, so we need to begin with a renegotiation with the non-human. From the very bottom, from the minerals, all the way up. Or maybe from the animals, all the way down to the minerals. The purpose is to restore dignity to all things. They deserve dignity. So that doesn't mean that we, like for instance yesterday, I think John mentioned that, I don't know what the vegans would think about, this whole presentation. It's not a matter of not eating them. You know. The point is you need to feel grateful. You need to respect them. Yeah. So you eat vegetable, you eat beef, it's okay. It's okay. As long as you feel thankful to what you're eating. And treat them as if they have life. Well, they do have life, but I don't want to go into the details here. Yeah. So it's not that just the few intellectuals who are thinking in a very odd way. There's many movements, including, for instance, Latour, Bruno Latour. He's one of those, who, however, I believe is not radical enough. He can be more radical than that. So, compassion versus exploitation. We can do the same thing, but we need to be able to empathize instead of only just exploiting them as resources. And so we need to rethink what's underlying the Western culture, which has been adopted universally now, actually. This hylomorphic, Aristotle's idea of hylomorphism, in which the human beings who have soul can give form to everything else, which do not have soul. And posthumanism would advocate the opposite, hylozoism, which means that everything has life, vibrancy, agency, etc., including rocks. And that attempt is precisely to re-enchant the world, to give life to everything that you encounter, everything in the world. But this, of course, has had a long tradition of animism, for instance, but also the more philosophical type of argument, derived from panpsychism. Basically, they are all talking about immanent spirituality rather than transcendent spirituality. So, I think yesterday Jakob mentioned the idea of spirituality, right? I think the Eastern spirituality is predominantly, let's say Chinese, East Asian spirituality is predominantly immanent spirituality rather than a transcendent spirituality. And we have, in our contemporary times, there's so many different contributions to the revival or to the re-enchantment of the world. All these. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but I'll just, go on with Taoism as a form of posthumanism. I would argue that Taoism is the most radical form of posthumanism because it treats everything, radical is all equal. Everything is equal. And also, everything is vital, has life. This, of course, like I already mentioned, derived from the shamanist traditions, which never died out in Taoism. Even though you think Taoism has become very abstracted, it is not. It is vitalist, still very vitalist. And so in Taoism, what you have is an enchanted universe, which is constantly becoming, constantly transforming. And this is a very famous quotation from the Zhuangzi, the second Taoist classic, where there's one person who is presumably the friend of the author of that classic. He asked him, you've been talking about Tao all the time, but wait, can you show it to me? What is it? Yeah. And he said, well, it's everywhere. I'll give you an example. And he said, oh, it's in the ants. We should protect them, therefore. It's in the ants. And he said, well, it's such a low creature. He said, well, also in the weeds, plants now. And I said, why? It gets even lower. And then he said, it's in the bricks too. Inanimate beings, objects. Nah, it's truly low. And he said, well, believe it or not, it's also in piss and shit. So this is the Taoist idea of radical equality. As long as I mean, as long as everything has Tao in it, then everything has the equal status. This is what Deleuze called, univocality. It's a univocal. It's not like God give you your life or your soul. You already have it there. And there's only one form of vocality. This is the Southern American idea of good living, which is very similar which is an animist form of spirituality, which is very close to Taoism. I'm not going to go into it, and I'm going to, sorry.
Just going beyond time.
Yeah, I'm going to skip all these. Right. These are just elaborations on, what I just said. Okay. Now, so in trying to cope with the three crises in one, the more kind of a synergetic way of doing things is to reorient, which is the name of a book. Reorient meaning just to resurrect the non-modern traditions, not necessarily in the Orient. People have different ways of putting it, like water mignolo and yukui. And so, and the kind of traditions that we need to revive is precisely the animistic and panpsychist traditions, which Taoism is let's say, the most radical manifestation, of which is the most radical manifestation. So, how do we coexist in water or the Tao? That's the conclusion. We need to understand that, in the very beginning, Tao is already differences. It's not identity, it's different. It's undifferentiated, but soon after that Tao is named, it becomes difference. And so we need to, in our life, we need to emphasize becoming over being, and constantly forming blocks of becoming with each other. And this is Deleuzian. And form transversal routes with everybody without absorbing them. And most importantly, of course, live a life of compassion. Okay. Again, this is the quote that I showed you just now. So I'm going to end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions?
Oh, questions, yes.
Comments? Yes, Jacob.
I found it very interesting. I have a question where you could say a little bit about the post-humanism.
Post-humanism.
How you understand the Tao and post-humanism, and what is really post-humanism?
Okay.
That's the first question. And the second question is whether this is a part of Chinese culture today, or whether it's more a dream.
Well, it all depends. It all depends what you mean by Chinese.
Yeah.
Are we considered Chinese? Hong Kong people Chinese?
No, but
anyway,
I can reframe.
Yeah.
Does it
No,
exist?
it's a good one. It's a good one. Okay, the first question is relatively easy because post-humanism, post-humanism, meaning it tries to go beyond humanism, and this idea is actually very simple. One tries to go beyond human centrism, rather than trying to deprive humans of human rights. So humans are still respected, but humans need to be respected in the same way, or in similar ways, let's say, as all the other things are respected. So, very simply, getting rid of the human centrism, that great idea of great chain of being where the human sits on top and dominates the whole world, and therefore you could use the whole world as resources. And that's why we produce garbage. People once at a conference on environmentalism, environmental protection, this sinologist asked this question, rhetorical question: why didn't the city of Kaifeng, which had over 1 million people already in the 11th century, why didn't they have the garbage problem? And now, with like 10,000, a place with 10,000 people, you already have a garbage problem. Well, that's a different lifestyle. We are living, with a capitalist lifestyle, where you treat everything as resources. And once they're not useful, they become garbage. But in the past, even my grandfather, he's always he's constantly sewing things, clothes, shoes, and they repair broken bowls, broken umbrellas. Everything's recycled.
Yeah.
So you don't produce garbage.
你后面有一群观众。
Yeah. Hi. So see, they treat objects, even objects, with some kind of respect. They don't, ditch them easily. So that's basically, a very rough idea of posthumanism. Because you have to understand that they have life in order to respect them. Otherwise, it's kind of forced. Why should I respect them? They're not worthy of our respect. They don't have life. They don't have soul. And, sorry, let me finish the second question. I think under the present circumstances, everybody is living within the capitalist system. So it's very difficult for us to roll back, but we have to, somehow or other. So it is a dream. It is a dream, to a certain extent. But you have people in all over the Greater China area. You have people who are thinking about these problems, and who are trying to link up, with their traditions again. Yeah. For instance, this philosopher Yukui that I mentioned, the Hong Kong philosopher, he's written 4 or 5 huge books in English. And he's very respected in the West. Currently teaching at Rotterdam, Erasmus University in Rotterdam. Yeah. And he's one of those, leaders in such a movement.
Yeah, I was. It's very interesting. It reminds me of what Bruce Lee said about water.
Be
He
like
said,
water.
Be water.
Yeah.
Be water. This kind of shiplessness.
Right.
When you're playing kung fu,
Yeah.
that you cannot attack it because it's shiplet, just like water. Now, can you relate that to your idea of reenactment?
Reenchantment.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, of course, if water can constantly become and adapt, that means that it has no real enemies, right?
Yeah.
It can always adapt to what you are.
Exactly. Whatever you throw at him,
Yeah. So you don't confront. Like Bruce Lee is always trying to evade attacks.
Yeah, that's right.
But he would give the fatal blow at the right moment, right? But if you confront all the time, you consume yourself very easily. Yeah. But of course, I'm not particularly interested in using Taoism as a way of combat. That is very Japanese. Not they use Zen as a way, as an art of killing people.
That's right.
Yeah, so, I think, Bruce Lee, he was a philosophy major. Right? That's why he can present his argument in such an interesting way.
Luis?
Thank you, Sebastian. This was really very inspiring. My question is a little bit in the line of what has already been asked. Because we know that, for example, children have an in-childhood relation with the world, which in the end means that for them, everything is interconnected.
Right.
But on one hand, our education goes in a different direction. We explain to them wrongly that everything is disconnected. But then the practice of life is also this disconnection.
Practice
Of life.
Of life.
Under the many things. Yesterday we were talking about the destruction of universities. Universities becoming factories of diplomas and education becoming a market. But the question is, these discussions about post-humanism and so on, I've been talking a lot with Rosie Braidotti on that, for example. In an environment like this, it makes sense. At a small scale, it makes sense. But if we go back in history, this approach, which would in different ways be the dominant approach in human history, either it was tradition, so before a more disconnected approach to things emerged, or it was imposed by central powers. And occasionally it also, because it's not the first time we have this, we had this, for example, in Europe in the Roman Empire. If we read the text of the end of the Roman Empire, all the philosophers are writing about this, individualism and so on, the sense of decay, the collapse, and then of course the collapse came, because we can see it. And when it comes very fast. It's also something people don't expect, but it can happen in 2 or 3 years. But then it's devastating. We had it also in the end of the Middle Ages for different reasons. And then when things come back, normally they come back reconnected. So
When
we
they
have
come back?
reconnected, re-enchanted, as you have very elegantly suggested. But my question, for which you probably don't have an answer, is there a way to rebuild this without either a very strong dictatorship, enlightened or disenlightened dictatorship, or without a chaos? My mother and part of my family, as you know, coming from India, they would say Kali will play its game, so it will destroy everything so that everything can rebuild. I'm not that fond of Kali. So how do you see this happening? Because more and more in small circles you have this consciousness. You even have this consciousness among some prominent entrepreneurs, some very powerful people. But then in the end, if you make your approach the policy of a company or the policy of a country, or a small country, the company will go bankrupt. So, because the system...
Why would it go bankrupt?
It will go bankrupt because the system doesn't tolerate. The system doesn't tolerate universities that are still universities.
Okay.
So how do you see this?
I think, the world, I like to foreground something that I kind of just mentioned in passing. That is precisely the term of interconnection. Because, if you believe that, and it's not just a matter of belief, actually, even quantum mechanics Nobel Prize winners, they have argued that through their experiment, that even on the level of the quanta, they are already kind of conscious. For instance, the phenomenon of entanglement. If you very simple. Okay. So if the quanta, electron, the photon, if they are not conscious, how do they know that you're observing them? And they will become a particle rather than wave. Right? So that the collapse from the wave to the particle, it indicates that they have some kind of consciousness, and therefore immediately become a particle rather than a wave. Right? Oh, okay. So to treat everything as if they have life, or to understand that they actually have life, means that we are all connected. We are all connected underneath, right? And that's why we can relatively easier to give them their dignity. And in terms of your question, I think it's like what we have already discussed some time before. For instance, when I put so much emphasis on Taoism, I'm not saying that Confucianism is all bad and therefore we have to overthrow Confucianism. They should complement each other. Like kids, they were originally completely connected with the outside world, right? But they have to undergo this necessary evil to become a more or less socialized person in order to function. But our problem is that they've been completely cut off from the world, and therefore they function in a very strange way, almost like machines now, right? So that's what we need to do, to move them back from that extreme to the middle, where you have both a very good structure as well as a very porous kind of structure, which can receive stimuli from the outside world. Yeah. So I always argue that these two, like even also in your case, in China, Confucianism, Confucianist tendency and Taoist tendency, they should collaborate rather than with one dominant. Yeah. So I think it's possible. Right? It's possible. If you don't talk in terms of revolution, I think people would be easier to receive your ideas. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. So we are a little bit behind time, so I will quickly, yes, pass the stage to you. Yeah.
And you're not going to introduce me?
No, he didn't introduce me.
Should we invite
Yes.
her
Oh, okay,
to
okay,
speak
yeah.
a little bit?
Yeah. Just thank you very much. I'm Miriam Benavid. I'm associate professor in human resources management. I'm with my class, the international BBA students from 10 different countries, and we are in a class of cross-cultural management, so it's a real opportunity to discover your conference. I already explained the main concept, but we will discover the mindset, the values, all of the things.
Thank you very much.
For
Thank you.
to welcome
Thank you.
us.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank Luis and Nuno for their outstanding leadership, and the team, of course. There's so much enormous effort that you put into this program, and my colleague here being enlightened me for the last 3 days, and foremost this group of people with this young professor, and to see young faces here, and I see the hope of the world. So I hope to address a few questions that has raised by my colleague Jacques, of idea of a dream, whether it's a dream, is there a solution at all, how to dismantle the great trend of being which is hierarchical. So with this talk, I'm going to touch on water management and water cosmologies from cosmologies from river to reef, from a perspective of an islander or islanding perspective. Drawing upon literary texts from Taiwan, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Fiji, any of you, Marshall Islands, this talk examines how indigenous Pacific water cosmologies can reframe contemporary debate on watershed governance and climate adaptation by juxtaposing Pacific epistemologies of water stewardship with Chinese classical notions of water course management, or what we call in Chinese 理水. I argue for a transcultural ethics of care that bridges technocratic water management with place-based and bioengineering knowledge systems, thereby illuminating pathways toward multi-species water futures, which is post-human, of course. Here, in Weather Cultures of Climate, Michael Hume contain the water in different forms of rainfall, drought, floods, melting glacier, and the rising sea level, of course, are local expressions of global climate variability. Hume's insistence on, I quote, plural cultures of climate and water underscores that our responses to environmental change or management of our environment must attend to how communities imagine, narrate, and negotiate their relationship with shifting waterscapes and atmosphere. Here. In classical Chinese culture or tradition, the art of li shui or management of water resources have long functioned as both a practical technology and philosophical paradigm. From the legendary flood control effort of Da Yu the Great, that's the portrait, that's from almost the prehistory, to the highly organized hydraulic governance of imperial state, which we have explored for the past 3 days. Water management was never conceived as a purely technical undertaking. Rather, it was embedded within moral and cosmology framework, the one that Du Jiangyan demonstrated yesterday is a typical example. Properly guided water courses could sustain dynasties and nourish the land, whereas unruly waters signal disorder in both earthly governments and the heavenly order. This is classical Chinese tradition. Within this worldview, water operated as a medium of harmony, a vital conduit of cosmic balance between human settlement and natural environment. We heard much about this for the past 3 days. But I'm going to counteract with something else that is indigenous Taiwanese culture and traditions, which foreground a different mode of water consciousness, one that not oriented toward centralized control, but toward resilience and refuge. This is a book that I'm going to touch upon a little bit. It has a English translation, and I believe a French version as well. His work is an indigenous Taiwanese Bunong writer. His work, The Legend of Dangu Save, Taiwanese Aboriginal Bunong writer Nego Saguluman, emphasizes the resilience of ecosystem and the everyday life practices. In other words, how we deal with water and what the kind of crisis that water generated is our everyday life practices, through which communities have to cope with environmental catastrophe in a kind of island geography, and that's what he presents in his work. And the book is called Dangu Sabe. So the term itself, Dangu Sabe, derived from the Bunong name for Taiwan highest peak, and which is also the highest peak of East Asia, called Jie Mountain or Yushan. And in Bunong's myth, Dangu Sabe, Dangu meaning shelter or escape. So Dangu Sabe is a Bunong sacred mountain, understood in indigenous myth is a place for refuge during the catastrophic inundations. So the Bunong, this is a drawing, a painting on the wall of the village. The Bunong oral tradition preserved multiple versions of this myth. In one account, a giant snake obstructed the flow of the river and triggered a flood that engulfed the entire world. And people fled from mountain to mountain, place to place, until all the land was submerged under the water, with only Dangu Sabe, that is the highest peak, standing above the waters as the last refuge for humans and animals. Later, the legend recounts how brave toads and the black boo-boo, the birds, secured tinder for human survival, of course, over their refuge. How a gigantic crab eventually appeared and dove into the depths and severed the snake body into two. So release the waters and save the humankind. Another variant narrates primordial Taiwan as a flat plain devoid of mountains, which only took its present form of rugged peaks and valleys after the flood stripped away layers of sand and stone. So what does that tell you? While Chinese hydraulic tradition envision water management as a means of securing political order and cosmic harmony, the Bunong flood myth of the indigenous Taiwan conceives water as an overwhelming, world-shaping force that transforms landscape and enforces ecological interdependence. Indigenous Taiwanese cosmologies articulate a relational ontology of water that both complement and unsettle the classical Chinese paradigm of hydraulic governance, foregrounding relational ethics between human and modern human beings. Central to Bunong account is the recognition of the interspecies relationship as vital to human survival. In Bunong's flood myth, it is that gigantic crab that dive underwater to cut the snake into two halves and release the flood, while the Bunong people take refuge upon the Dangu Sabe and then provided food and then, all different kinds of animals provide food and timber that is, the fire starting materials. It's an image of cooperation, ecological strength, and adaptation among human and non-human beings in the place-based and bioengineering knowledge system. The Bunong flood myths offer counter-narrative to the anthropocentric control over nature, rather than framing catastrophe as a failure of human governance. It portrays environmental transformation as a shared and multi-species ordeal that demands humility, reciprocity, and the co-survival, coexistence. In this sense, the myth prefigures an ecological ethics that recognizes water not as a resource to be mastered or controlled, commanded, but as a living and agentive force whose vitality sustains and tests all forms of life. The Bunong mythological account of flooding and the mountain formation resonant in Atora Maoli writer Carrie Hume's Stonefish. It's from the Polynesian, again, Oceania tradition, and that Stonefish is a collection of short stories and poems that intertwine Maoli legends with contemporary realities. Hume offers an alternative to the polarized and apocalyptic or romanticized visions of climate change and island life by portraying environmental shift as part of the cyclical process of mutation and transformation. And here is the quote, and I think you can read it by yourself at the top. Once upon a time, we were a community here, and so on and so forth. So that's the first paragraph there. I hope you can read. You have young eyes, right? So you can read. The Stonefish vignette reframes climate change from media-driven catastrophe to the texture of everyday island life, where sea level rise, shifting weather, and, quote, rumblings and distortions along the crustal plate as Gaia adjusted to a different pressure of water. So sea level rising, earthquake is so common, everyday life, in the island geography, in the island setting, are seen as ordinary variations in the everlasting cycle of life. Right through water management, this view privileges accommodation over conquest. Inundation and variability are recurring conditions to live with in the island. Hume's themes suggest vernacular ethics of incremental, community-based adaptation that normalize hydrological change by evolving Gaia as a cybernetic planetary system. Hume echoes James Lovelock's sense that idea of Earth as self-regulating. I have a quote in the second passage, while aligning Gayatri Spivak distinction between the globe and the planet. The globe is what you see from the computer, whereas the planet is something that you experience in your daily life. So this is the planet, highlight a kind of autality that exists in anthropocentric histories. In this frame, disasters are not apocalypse, but part of everyday lived experience that you are experiencing ongoing. This is an ongoing historical process, resonating with indigenous and Pacific ethics that blur the divides between human and non-human nature and culture. Island communities draw resilience from this perspective, cultivating the capacity to live with uncertainty and to transform ecological disruption into renewal balance. Both of them, Nicole and Hugh, affirmed a kind of intrinsic value of natural beings, suggesting the existence itself carry a law-like claim to protection. Each emphasizes the continuity of an everlasting cycle of life, forms that endure across environment and through deep time, extending beyond human temporal framework into geological scales. So rather than seeking to control or contain or discipline water, indigenous Pacific traditions of environmental stewardship are grounded in relationality and movement. Water is not a threat to be subdued, but a living body of connection, a genealogical space binding islands, peoples, and non-human kin, their relatives. And departing from these continental notions of borders, management, and control, this islanding perspective emphasizes an indigenous worldview that carry profound implications for environmental ethics. Water is an active interlocutor within a dynamic and living ecosystem. Now, the idea of islanding. I want to play this one. Can you touch here, the screen? Okay. No, not this one. The previous one. I do have one more. The previous. Not this one. No, this is the second. I forgot to tell you that I have one more to play. The previous. Yes, and then you touch this. Yes. Does it work? Yes. So you have to put this on top. Okay. It's a poem by Pacific poet, educator, scholar, Teresa Tiaiwa from Fiji.
Shall we make island a verb? As a noun, it's so vulnerable to impinging forces. Let us turn the energy of the island inside out. Let us island the world.
It's an island.
Let us teach the inhabitants of planet Earth how to behave as if we were all living on islands. For what is Earth but an island in our solar system? An island of precious ecosystems and finite resources. Finite resources, limited space. The islanded must understand that to live long and well, they need to take care. Care for other humans, care for plants, animals, care for soil, care for water. Once islanded, humans are awakened from the stupor of continental fantasies. The islanded can choose to understand that there is nothing but more islands to look forward to. Continents do not exist, metaphysically speaking. It is islands all the way up, islands all the way down. Islands to the right of us, islands to the left. Yes, there is a sea of islands, and sea can be a verb, just as ocean becomes a verb of awesome possibility. But let us also make island a verb. It is a way of living that could save our lives.
Okay, we stop here. All right. This poem, To Island, by Teresa Tiaiwa, who is a Fiji scholar and poet as well, reimagine island as a verb, and in so doing offer profound meditation on ecological and philosophical significance of islands, or rather a series of islands, not just one single island in isolation in a remote place. By transforming island from a static noun into an active verb, Tiaiwa, endow the island with agency, vitality, urging humanity to reconsider how it inhabits the earth and relate to its resources. The act of islanding becomes an ethical and ontological imperative, a way of thinking and being that resists human impulse to conquer, to extract, to expand without limits. Through this reorientation, Tiaiwa critiques the extractive logics, including colonial mining, militarization, and the commodification of oceanic spaces and resources. Against what she called continental fantasies of boundedness, the island emerged as a model of relational existence, embodying an alternative ecological ethic grounded in interdependence, reciprocity, and finitude. Everything has a limit. You have to abide by and observe that limit. With this, we move onward to the poetry performance, and here is the poetry performance by another two very outstanding island poets. Kathy Janelle Kijana from Marshall Islands, and then Akania Vienna from Greenland, which is not very far away from here. Rise from one island to another, please.
Sister of ice and snow, I'm coming to you from the land of my ancestors, from atolls, sunken volcanoes, undersea descent of sleeping giants.
Sister of ocean and sand, I welcome you to the land of my ancestors, to the land where they sacrificed their lives to make mine possible, to the land of survivors.
I'm coming to you from the land my ancestors chose, Island Kainari, Marshall Islands, a country more sea than land.
I welcome you to Gadak Lignunat, Greenland, the biggest island on earth.
With me I bring these shells that I picked from the shores of Bikini Atoll and Brunet Dome.
In my hand I hold these rocks, picked from the shores of Nuuk, the foundation of the land I call my home.
With these shells I bring with me a story of long ago. Two sisters frozen in time on the island of Wuyai. One magically turned to stone, the other who chose that life to be rooted by her sister's side. To this day, the two sisters can be seen by the edge of the reef, a lesson in permanence.
With these rocks I bring a story told countless times, a story about Sisuma Amna, mother of the sea, who lives in a cave at the bottom of the ocean. This is a story about the guardian of the sea. She sees the greed in our hearts, the disrespect in our eyes. Every whale, every stream, every iceberg are her children. When we disrespect them, she gives us what we deserve, a lesson in respect. Do we deserve the melting ice, the hungry polar bears coming to our islands, or the colossal icebergs hitting these waters with rage? From one island to another,
I ask for solutions. From one island to another,
I ask for your problems.
Let me show you the tide, coming for us faster than we'd like to admit. Let me show you airports underwater, bulldozed reefs, blasted sands, and plans to build new atolls, forcing land from an ancient rising sea, forcing us to imagine turning ourselves to stone.
Can you see a glacier's grown the weight of the world's heat? I wait for you, here on the land of my ancestors, heart heavy with a continuous thirst for solutions. As I watch this land change while the world remains silent.
Sister of ice and snow, I come to you now, in grief.
Mourning landscapes that are always forced to change. First, through wars inflicted on us.
Then through nuclear waste dumped in our waters.
On our ice.
And now,
this. Sister of ocean and sand, I offer you these rocks, the foundation of my home. May the same unshakable foundation connect us, make us stronger than these colonizing monsters that still to this day devour our lives. The very same beasts that now decide who should live,
who should die. Sister of ice and snow, I offer you these shells and the story of the two sisters as testament, as declaration that despite what we are told, we will not leave. We will choose stone. We will choose to be rooted to this reef forever. From these islands,
we ask for solutions.
From these islands, beyond ACs, SUVs, their pre-packaged convenience, their oil-slick dreams.
Beyond the belief that tomorrow will never happen, that this is merely an inconvenient truth.
Let me bring my home to yours.
Let's watch as Miami, New York, Shanghai, Amsterdam, London, Rio de Janeiro, and Osaka try to breathe underwater. You think you have decades before your home falls beneath tides?
We have years, we have months before you sacrifice us again, before you watch from your TV screens and computer screens to see if we will still be breathing while you do nothing.
My sister, I offer you these rocks as a reminder that our lives matter more than their power. That life in all forms demands the same respect we all give to money.
That these issues will affect each and every one of us. None of us is immune.
And that each and every one of us has to decide if we will rise.
Okay. I hope in this room everybody knows that 67 nuclear bombing and testing the U.S. has done to the Marshall Islands. All right? Rise from one island to another is a powerful articulation of indigenous solidarity and survival. Right through this lens of water management, it does not only convey ecological grief, but also raises urgent ethical and political questions about how humans relate to and control and mismanage water. The poem reframes water not as a neutral resource, but as a constitutive ground of ancestral identity and continuity for both of the islanders. The Marshall Islands, described, quote, a country more sea than land, present the ocean as a home rather than environment, while the declaration that, quote, every whale, every stream, every iceberg are her children, foregrounds a cosmology in which hydrological forms as kin, relatives, not commodities. This relational ontology displaces technocratic paradigms of water management that reduce oceans and rivers to infrastructure and regulation. Instead, it calls for an approach attentive to cultural memory, spiritual obligation, and ethical reciprocity with more than human world. General Kitchener and the Liviana situate climate change within deep time indigenous cosmologies, where rising sea level, melting ice are not simply scientific phenomena, but moral reckonings with extractive economies and colonial greed. Water, in their vision, is both archive and witness. It carries ancestral stories, encodes ecological resilience, and demands accountability for contemporary mismanagement. The closing stanza moves from oceanic kinship to reclamation of indigenous agency through exchange of shells and storms. From one island to another, I quote, I give to you these rocks as a reminder that our lives matter more than their power. It's not only a poetic gesture, but also a political declaration of indigenous survival. It affirms ethics of unyielding solidarity anchored in maritime symbols of endurance by mapping an archipelagic commons that binds equatorial atolls, that's Marshall Islands, and the Arctic ice through currents, stories, and shared vulnerability. The poem articulates and provokes our shared responsibility, what Judith Butler terms the ethical and political dimensions of precariousness and precarity. Ethically, the recognition of the universal precariousness, that is the shared vulnerability of all lives across this planet, opens the possibility for collective responsibility. And politically, naming and confronting precarity exposes how power structures such as nation-state, neoliberal economies, and militarism that has inflicted violence on ocean produce hierarchies of vulnerabilities. mobilizing around this unequal distribution of risk indigenous island communities and forms of resilience, reciprocity, and resurgence that demand global accountability. To island, that is turning island from a noun to a verb, is thus not to inhabit a marginal or miniature space, but to claim a dynamic, world-making perspective of water that links survival with transformative political poetics as well. So finally, a few images from Taiwan related to water. On the very left-hand side is a wind power turbine on Taiwan West shoreline. Very beautiful shoreline with turbine that is renewable energy. And Mount in the center, Mount J or J Mountain, that's Dangusabe in Bunong language. You still remember that myth? That is the highest peak in East Asia. And then to the very right is a fishing snail, the very traditional indigenous way of catching fish with the snail, stone snail, from Penghu archipelago of Taiwan. And of course, a satellite image of Taiwan and its surrounding waters taken by a domestically developed satellite. So thank you very much, all in our indigenous language, Ayoi.
Questions, comments to this presentation? Luis, yes?
Thank you, Sumira, for bringing these perspectives to this debate. My question is similar to the one I asked Sebastian. We are getting countless examples in line of what you just mentioned, coming from communities which are under major threat.
Mm-hmm.
They are growingly listened to, but they sound too distant. So there is a sympathy, I would say, towards them, but there is no mobilization to see an avenue in that direction.
Action.
Action that could lead to action.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, these approaches talk again in line with Sebastian about reconnecting, about thinking of life in a different way. But for example, in this case, the island perspective sounds too alien for people that are today living in huge megalopolis. In smaller communities, the impact, I would say, is stronger. In large communities, people don't see.
Right.
My question is, what is the impact of these voices in a larger territory, in a city like Taipei? I say Taipei, as I could say Lisbon or
Shanghai, Hong Kong.
Shanghai.
Paris.
What is the situation in that respect?
Okay. I think this is a very good question, and throughout the past 3 days, I tried to catch the keywords from there. Action. We need someone to take up the responsibility. It's not just someone, not just the world leaders, right? Sitting in the United Nations whole lecture hall, to decide our destiny. It's each one of us in the community, right? So I think I asked a question to Mariana after her talk, and I think John also raised the issue of shared responsibility, right? So now the issue is not just about action, it's about how we can reformulate our consciousness, how we can particularly imagine that something actually doesn't happen to us, like the nuclear bombing in Marshall Islands, right? That precariousness of human condition. Can you imagine, right? If you can, then that kind of sympathetic mindset, empathy into a kind of suffering or pain that you throughout your life have never experienced, but you feel. You feel in the place and you feel in history, right? And that particular feeling and feel in history is part of very important distinctive of our human capacity. So when I say I think therefore I am, I think you raise the issue. It's not just about rational thinking, it's about thinking with understanding, right? How to identify yourself with someone else who is so remote from you, and you know they are suffering, and you have this compassion, with them. It's that kind of consciousness which can be collective, that we eventually have to come down and share the responsibility. And the reason we have that consciousness is that this vulnerability is us, as a human being, our precariousness, as Judith Butler just said. Precarious in the sense that each of us could die in a disaster, in a catastrophe, in a war that's very close to us. Can you imagine? It's not very far away from Paris that there is a war, right? So it's that imagination, that narrative, that power of storytelling that really provoke our imagination and consciousness that we come together. And this precarious condition of human beings, I think it's there in each of us. So that's the issue, ethical issue. But there is another dimension, what we call political issue. That is what we call precarity. That any of this danger or risk can be imposed by power structure. So in Paris here, we are more in an advantage, prestigious status, right? So with that precariousness of the very idea that we share a responsibility, then we go down to this political issue and to see where that this kind of wrongs or this kind of precarity that has to be amended. Otherwise, this world as an interconnected web is eventually going to be fall apart. And I think we read from W.B. Yeats, right? Things fall apart, right? That happened in history. Yeah. You better believe it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Can I follow up on this?
okay, sure. I need a second voice to back me up. Absolutely no doubt about that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have 2 points to make. First of all, I think, yes, it is very distant from us. Right? But interestingly, through her presentation, we realized that. I mean, I realized long ago, but I think probably many of us here are, realize for the first time that, the literature, the power of literature, can be very effective. In other words, it is able to inspire you into feeling what you never felt. But this is literary ability to read literature is also a capacity you need to cultivate. It's not like naturally, human beings are naturally born with the ability to appreciate literature. So one thing we have to do is we have to completely change our educational system. We have to teach literature from day one, so that our younger generations can develop a capacity for literary understanding. Which means, metaphorical understanding. You can understand metaphors. Unlike, for instance, because right now, many young men have been taught to become a machine. And in fact, they will become sub-AI machine, not even as good as AI, right? So, one example is from my classmate, high school classmate. He once asked this question, which I think dumbfounded many of us in the class. He asked, why do we, I mean, my high school was the best in Taiwan. And he's usually got good grades. And he asked this question about why are we constantly talking about, sunshine pierced through black clouds? I mean, it's a physical, I mean, it's a physical kind of a transformation. It has nothing to do with piercing through. But it's a metaphor. He couldn't understand what metaphor means. I mean, he could probably, but he just think it's ridiculous. Why do we use this kind of language? Yeah. So the ability to read metaphorically is not only the ability to emphasize, but also the ability to create. You should be able to jump from one level to another level. That's that's creation or creativity. If you're constantly moving on the same path, even if you deviate a little bit, it's just it's innovation. It's not creativity. Okay, that's one thing. So we need to change our educational way of educating our young kids. Another thing is I was the director of culture for Taipei City for almost 4 years. During that 4 years, I realized how powerful policy can be. It can change a lot of things, for the better or for the worse. So we need either people in the position of decision making, or we need to talk to these people. To make them. I think I didn't completely answer your question. Now I'm answering your question. We need to provide policy recommendations to people who are in the position of decision making. That's what I was talking to Pierre too. He said he's been talking to senators or congressmen about these things. We need to do that, even though I think most of them wouldn't care, wouldn't understand. But if there are a few who would side with you, then there's a possibility of changing the situation. I think, for instance, the American Democrats, at least in the area of climate change, they tried very hard, right? That's one of their major platforms. So you may enlist help from political figures, although it's difficult. But once you're in that position, or you have friends in that position, it's a good beginning. Policy change a lot of things. So after that 4 years, whenever I'm doing research, I have policy recommendation in mind, like whether or not this can be materialized, things like that.
Thank you, Sebastian. C'est bon? Signa, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
And thank you for the students being
Can
here.
I just make a suggestion to Shinya, which you know, of course. Bridge is key on recognizing and giving the Bridges UNESCO label to projects like this. So I don't know if they have already applied for the label of Bridges, but it could be good. I think it could be good.
Okay, we're good friends.
Yeah,
Stephen Hartman.
Yeah.
We're talking about bridges. It's
okay.
one of the We would like to hear the voice from the young people. Yeah, you're the future. You're our future. Can just one, as a representative, say something from your perspective, from your place based in Paris, your community. Say something.
Yeah.
Any question? Comments?
They intimidate for the moment.
Where are you coming from? So where is that?
Poland,
Okay.
Tunisia, Morocco,
Wow.
Brazil, Portugal, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, USA, Kyrgyzstan, yes, and Brazil, yes.
Wow. You are a sample of United
And I
Nations.
forgot probably Algerian, yes, and yes.
Yeah, let's give them a big hand.
Yeah. They're only in second year, so they are cultured.
Okay.
But next year they go abroad. Yeah, during the summer.
Thank you for coming.
So thank you for your welcoming. We will come back.
Thank you. So let's
Thank you
just
very
do
much.
a break for 15 minutes and we reconvene at 11:25. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Already a little bit late, but we'll try to make it so the next two presentations so that we can have. So the idea is that the presentations are 25 minutes of presentation and then 15 minutes of discussion, so that each one takes 40 minutes. And then we'll have lunch at 1 in the same restaurant, so we leave at 1. And then we will have a 1 hour break, then we come back at 2. Okay, so Jacob.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jakob Renthoff from Roskilde University in Denmark, and I'm a philosopher, but I work in the Department of Social Sciences and Business. So I'm working on philosophy of management and business ethics. I'm also, since last year, I'm the Secretary General of the of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies. And we have our next World Congress in Tokyo in 2028. So we are also a member of CIPSH. So, and we want to develop our membership also, because of course philosophy is a key element of CIPSH. Philosophy and humanities. So I have written this book, Philosophy of Management and Sustainability, where I concentrate on the Sustainable Development Goals and try to discuss how can the Sustainable Development Goals be applied to business. How can business work with Sustainable Development Goals? So that's one of my solutions, and if you see here, you have sustainability. It should be somewhere between economic, social, and environment. So my talk will first, I would say something about the challenges, and then I will present some historical dimensions. I think you have all spoken a lot about China, so I will speak a little bit about water in Denmark. But I think there's one interesting difference is that maybe we can discuss that, but I think the Danish approach, at least, or the European approach, could not combine philosophy with the relation to water, as we have seen from in the presentation from China. I think that's a very interesting point, actually, to see what the relation was to water. Mm-hmm. And then at the end, I will try to propose some solutions for philosophy of management. But I start with this situation, you know, the situation of the Anthropocene and human beings, because of course the Anthropocene is a geological concept and also controversial. I think the interesting thing from philosophy is that there's nothing outside the human sphere. What is terrible with the Anthropocene is we have eliminated the other, so to say. There's only humanity and our reality, and it's dominating everything. So the other is gone, and you know I could also say at the World Congress of Philosophy we had this economist Jeffrey Sachs, and he said we are not 7 minutes to doomsday, we are 90 seconds. And then he said something which was also very interesting. He said, we have the technical solutions. This is a problem for you, philosophers, humanities and social sciences. You have failed because you are not able to provide the solutions. It's an interesting way to turn it around, because normally we say it's a technical problem. But we could look at the other way around to say that we have actually not been good enough to solve these issues. So that's the Anthropocene, and you know, of course, well, you have, I think when we talk about water, we should of course mention the global plastic problem. This is a terrible problem, and everywhere there's plastic. And it's in our body, it's in the water, it's everywhere we go. So we have, this is maybe a metaphor of the Anthropocene. We have this destruction of our world through plastic. So there's a global plastic problem, and of course there's a global loss of biodiversity. And I think one number is that if we go 50 years back, maybe more than 50% of the species that were there 50 years ago are not there today. But you have, of course, habitat loss, invasive species, overexploitation, pollution, climate change. So we have this global biodiversity loss as a part of the Anthropocene epoch. And then you have also the country overshoot day, the global overshoot day. This is from 2019, but you know this we use, for example, Denmark used too much resources. So we have already used the resources available in March. So then we start to consume so things we do not circularly reproduce. So we have this overshoot days of the world. And then we have also a part of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is this increasing global inequality. You know, the whole question of the 1%, and the 1% who owns everything, so to say. Or you, for example, this says 62 in Danish. 62 people own the same as 3.6 billion people. And you have these numbers, of course. Then you have, for example, the 10% richest. They own 90% of everything on the globe. So you have this enormously increasing equality, as demonstrated by this French economist, Thomas Piketty. So that's some of the challenges of the Anthropocene. And then we get now to my own, that was started my paper. So now we make a jump, because we at my university, there was this art group, which is called Superflex, and they were assigned to do something with our campus. So they created the campus as an interspecies campus. So they tried to create some, it's an artwork, but the idea is that as the sea level rises, there will be space for new species on the campus. So they wanted to create room for species coming from the water into the campus. So they created this artwork. It's maybe rather metaphorical, you can say, but you can see it. But it raised my thoughts about what does it mean to have an interspecies justice. What does sustainability mean for animals and for plants and for also animals in the sea? And from there, I started to think about what is the role of water if we look at a country like Denmark in Europe. And here we can go back. This is also from Roskilde, where my university is. This is the Viking Museum in Roskilde. And they found in the fjord, they found these Viking ships because the Vikings had used them to make a fortification in the sea. So they found 7 ships, and they made the Viking Museum, which you see there, which is now also has a problem of sea rising level. So, but they are actually, this is a technology. They use them today, and this reconstructions, and they sail to UK with these ships to try to say it was possible for the Vikings. So it's really a technology. And it was, of course, also a mythology, a whole religious universe. But if you look at this universe, it's actually very violent. It's about people fighting all the time, and you are when you are saved, when you are as a warrior, you fight, and then you go to Valhalla and you have a kind of party the whole life. And it's also a very how can you say, it's a mythology, the cosmos of the Vikings. That's also somewhat the threat of destruction. There's different figures which relate to this, but of course it was a technology. And what is the relation to the sea? It's something about traveling, and it's something about adventure traveling. You see, in about around year 800 to 1100, I mean, they were traveling the whole world with these ships going, and all the time they were plundering. In the beginning, they would be plundering, fighting the local people, or they would settle and become a part of the community they went to. But you see how the concept of what is the concept of water and waterscape here? It's a dynamic traveling, and it's also something about conquering the world, I think. For example, they went to Iceland. Those who went to Iceland were outlaws, and then the son went further to discover. He went further to discover Greenland, and the son of this outlaw went further on and discovered North America. But they couldn't maintain the culture, and some of them, went through Russia. And the word Russia, Rush, that means Viking. So you see, they keep repeating the same patterns. So you see, but they also went all through the fjords in the rivers in Russia. So that's a conception of travel linked to water, and it actually, you can see it goes on. Recently I visited Lübeck in northern Germany, which was the center of the Hanseatic, Hanseatic, the towns, and it was based on trade. And you have a whole international trade structure. What is interesting here in terms of business ethics is that it was the traders, the commerciants, who were deciding. They have a whole parliament, and they actually had a quite well-developed decision-making structure, because there was a lot of concrete issues for trade that had to be decided. So that's also, what could you say about water? This is water as a bridge for trade. And you go on. In Denmark, we used we talked about Hamlet's castle. At the moment you see Hamlet's castle there. And you had the tariff in this piece of sea. There's very little distance. So they would have, all the ships who had to pass here would have to pay a toll. And this was for nearly 500 years. Now the Danish government is not allowed to do it anymore because of international agreement. And now we have a big problem with Russians, the so-called shadow fleet, the Russian shadow fleet. You have a lot of boats with oil passing through. And we cannot do anything about this because of international agreement. This is, everybody's allowed to pass there. So you could also go further with this. That's the expeditions which didn't succeed. 2 books. One was, he was sent away from in the 16th century. This person, Jens Munk, was sent by the Danish king to discover the passage to India, I think, North Passage. And he went into Canada, and he ended like this. he never found the passage. And the other expedition was to Arabia by somebody called Carsten Nierburg, and this was also a catastrophe. Everybody died, and so on. So you see this expedition, but maybe concerning when we talk so much about Greenland, the modern, the figure from the start, anthropology figure from the start of the 20th century is this one, Knud Rasmussen, who made a lot of expeditions and actually preserved the Greenlandic cultural heritage, because he wrote down all the stories from the original population. But he also went, as you see, 18,000 kilometers traveling like this to the north, going all the way to Siberia. From, you see, Greenland is up there, and then it goes all the way there. So this is, but what can we say about this concept of nature? It is dominance, it is discovery, it is travel. And I think it's very different from the Taoist concept of nature, for example. And we can see, if I should say an example of the kind of, you could also say control of waterscapes. For example, in the 60s in Copenhagen, it looks like that. It looks like that in around 1900. And then in the 60s, they changed it into this, you see, the motorway instead of the river. So they have the river down in some pipe. The river is still there, but it's down in a pipe. And they wanted even to go on, you see the lakes there. They wanted to go on with a huge road on the lakes. So you see this attempt to control water as a dominant. They didn't go so far, but now we have the discussions of getting from this back to this. Can we recreate the small stream within the city? So it's, I think, what is the concept of nature? It is control, it is dominance, it is discovery, it is this to try to find know everything about water. And I could tell you more. Today it's even worse, because we have the farmers. Denmark is a small country. We have 5 million inhabitants, but we have 35 million pigs. and this is very expensive for to feed the pigs, so they have agriculture. And to have agriculture, they put a lot of they need a lot of things to grow, and of course pesticides and things. And this goes into the fjord, so the fjord looks like this. The water quality, the water is dead. And that's a big problem at the moment. And how, on the other hand, I must say, in Copenhagen, in the harbor, you can swim today. Just 40 years ago, you would not be able to swim because it was polluted. So, but you have this problem: no oxygen because of the destruction of the water. And you see, it's a small country, but even in a small country, you have this problem. And then you have something even sorry. How do I get? Now I need to get back. Sorry. Yeah, you have this problem, the bottom trawling. I don't know how this is in other countries, in Taiwan and in the you have they go with these big trawl, and they destroy all the bottom of the sea, and they take all fish, and then they throw them out again, and some of them are alive, the others are dead. And this has now, there's a big discussion of this, and they say this should be this should be stopped. I think it's a discussion, but I imagine the concept of nature implied. How can you continue like this and just do this? I understand I need fish, but the implied concept of nature is very brutal, I would say, relating to what we just discussed. And then, of course, I think this is not a Danish affair, but this was, you know, the famous deep water horizon in the Mexican Gulf, this terrible destruction. And this is a business ethics case because it was British Petroleum that was responsible, that had this it was an oil company serving British Petroleum, which was responsible to try to find oil in the Mexican Gulf. Well, ultimately, we can say they found oil, but they destroyed the whole Gulf. It was a big scandal. The head of BP, when he was interviewed just after the scandal, there was a journalist in front of him, and he said, no one wants this to end more than I want my life back. He came back from his yacht, and then he was fired because of bad leadership. But you see, what can we, the case here is pressure on the company that was doing the work to find the oil, pressure to do it quickly, no thought about security, not respecting security rules, and not any safety procedure. And you have there's a very interesting movie about it where they're trying to explain this. But again, you can say this is a very brutal concept of nature implied here, and it's also drastic, the consequences. So with this, what could we say about the conception of nature? And now I go back to in Denmark, we could say there's an interesting criticism of the existentialist philosophy, that they were so strong in saying that life is meaningless and that humans are isolated from nature, that they finally didn't have a concept of nature. So that nature as animated, as we just said was somewhat gone. And we have one professor who really tried to say we need to reintroduce a concept of nature where we are connected to the universe instead of the nihilism. And I think what we have been talking about Taoism, for example, is a proposal for that. And we have it also in Bruno Latour with his book about Fasa Gaia. We have this idea to re-enchant the world, or to find a connection with the world. But of course, our whole problem today is that we are somewhat also in our whole way of understanding the world, we live as existential nihilists. So it's very difficult to re-establish this connection to the world. But of course you can say with philosophers as Hans Jonas and Sartre, responsibility is becoming even more important. Now responsibility is not only existential responsibility, but with Hans Jonas it's becoming future-oriented responsibility with the imperative of responsibility. And there's one fundamental imperative is to ensure future life on Earth. There's this imperative that you cannot doubt, so to say, or contest. There's this, you need to make sure that there's life in the future, and also good life. But we could say in the discussion of business ethics, we are all the time haunted by this person, Freeman, who said there's one and only one responsibility of business, to use its resources and engage in activity designed to increase its profit as long as it stays within the rule of the game. And of course you can say, and then it should also engage in open and free competition without deception and fraud. And of course you can ask the question, the Danish agricultural business, do they follow Friedman? Do they do, what is their social responsibility? Or the fishing industry? Or the trade industry? And of course the whole problem is, how can you come beyond? Can you go beyond? Of course you could say there's even in this position ethics involved, because there's a rule of custom, there's a rule of competition, and so on. But still you could say we are too greedy. And there the alternative could be, as you have here, the Herman Daly ecological economy, and he says there's something fundamentally wrong in treating the earth as if it were a business in liquidation. Simply that we use up the resources all the time. So that's one way. It's a focus on the ecological economy, how to develop an ecological economy. And I think we could take the SDGs as an attempt for this idea to develop ecological economy as a new vision of sustainability. I'm very in favor of the SDGs. They have a lot of problems, but I think still there are many interesting things in the SDGs. But also, what is interesting now is what happens beyond the SDGs. We are making a book about sustainable business models in a series about SDGs. And we decided with a publisher to call it Beyond the SDGs. So that's important. How do we go beyond the SDGs? But for example, with regard to water, we have number 14, life below water, which is this respect for concerning and sustainable using of ocean, sea, and marine resources to restore a healthy and productive ocean, vital for human life, livelihood, and climate regulation. So we have this goal to think about, but why don't we follow it? But you could, of course, also say that the key thing here globally is this idea of partnerships. And I think if we take the SDGs, I think the SDG number 17 with partnerships was very innovative. Because if you take the Millennium Goals from year 2000, they were focusing on states. But with these goals, you talk about states, businesses, and civil society. So everybody go together to solve the problems. And suddenly, sometimes you actually find businesses being more innovative than states. And there was a pressure from some businesses on states to develop the Sustainable Development Goals. So I find that very, very interesting. But of course, you can also criticize this SDG agenda. One of the things could be it's a very Western capitalist agenda behind it. Growth is still the main dimension, and there's of course also that's double because there's also there's a lot of focus on social sustainability and poverty. Eradicating poverty is still number one. But then there's this problem of no unity and mutually contradictory. They move away from environmental sustainability towards economic growth and human rights. You could say there's actually a tension. If we talk about life on water, there's a tension because they focus more on social sustainability. And the examples from Denmark that I have given is more about how humans should live, benefit from water than respecting water. But there's also an interesting criticism of the SDG agenda is that it's very quantitative. There's not really political philosophy in this agenda. And and how we talked about it yesterday, the question of spirituality. Could there be spirituality in the SDG agenda, for example? And where should it be in that case? But you could say there's still an ethics in the SDGs. There's this idea of integrations of social, environmental, and economic, people, planet, profit. And you also find John Rawls and Amartya Sen with this social liberalism behind the SDGs. You could say there's a cosmopolitan approach in the SDGs with this idea of global business ethics. This is my book on cosmopolitan business ethics, if somebody is interested. But you could also ask this question we had this morning about the posthumanism of the goals. Is there a posthumanism in the SDGs? I find that a very interesting question. Is it a post-humanist approach? It's also the discussion between the environmental dimension and the social sustainability dimension. I would say a reinterpretation of the goals, moving beyond the goals, could involve the idea of regeneration, also in management. So that's some of the ethics, and what should then be? How should we develop this approach, new approach? I think the whole idea of stakeholder management, we could call it stakeholder engagement, is very important for business, but also for states, that they work with integrating stakeholders, so that everybody is on board to solve these problems. And that is, of course, also the challenge. But stakeholder theory, as developed by Friedman, is in contrast to Friedman, is a very important approach to deal with politics and government and business in this context. And here it is, you could have it as a new thinking of stakeholder management, that they should all see themselves as contributing to the good of society. That there's this idea, normally you would put the business corporation or the state in the center, but in this image you put the social good in the center for a global society, and we all contribute to the good. So this could be a way of rethinking or focusing. Maybe it's of course already there in the Sustainable Development Goals, but they have had for some businesses immense importance to rethink business. So this is just at the end. This is my book on the philosophy of management and sustainability, which have these different dimensions: CSR, business ethics to sustainable development goals, philosophy of management, responsible management of sustainability. But I think it's important now to say, how can we go beyond the Sustainable Development Goals? So, thank you very much.
Questions? Comments? No.
Thank you, Jacob. this is a very interesting reflection, which actually also bridges with the initial conferences of the CIPSH Academy, which were focused on ethics, and this is of course very, very important. My question is trying to connect yours and the others. Do you think the goals methodology is efficient to build an approach in terms of what previous speakers spoke about, the post-human approach?
Yeah, that's of course. Actually, you could say that the goals they need to be interpreted from post-human perspective. I think that there are elements in the goals which could go in that direction, but it's not evident. And for example, if you look to the traditional concept of nature in many countries of the world, this is very far from what happens in the goals. So that is a chance. For example, we had a presentation by a colleague from the Philippines who spoke about what was a traditional concept of sustainability in the Philippines, which and this was very far from the goals. The goals try to balance. They focus a lot. It's also a political compromise, and they are not, in that sense, not very philosophical. But on the other hand, they still help to guide businesses and organizations to work in another way than Friedman, for example. They propose another language for responsibility, so they move beyond. But I think that we would have a challenge in interpreting the goals and the concept of sustainability in the goals from a non-utilitarian perspective. The problem is that as the UN started formulating, also going back to the Brundtland report, it was very utilitarian, because sustainability was close to utility. And we need to rethink this, not only based on utility. And for example, the examples from Denmark show a very utilitarian and pragmatic concept of nature, where the more religious dimension is totally gone. And also with the anthropocentric, you have this problem that you don't see the other. And as this Danish theologian I showed, he argues that it's only through the encounter with the universe, you discover something which is beyond you, which is ultimate. For him, it's creation. And you could say this is somewhat gone in our understanding of the world today.
If I may, Jakob, just when you ask whether the SDGs agenda are post-humanistic, or if we, I think that one of the problems with the SDGs, with the Brundtland reports that you refer to, and even with the stakeholders theory, is that it's profoundly neoclassical. Even the stakeholders theory is profoundly neoclassic and profoundly anthropocentric. In the stakeholder theory, you never question the purpose of the firm, for instance. You continue to say that the purpose of the firm is to maximize profit, but they should listen to the rest of the stakeholders. But it's to maximize profit. In the SDGs, it's okay, you refer to the different stakeholders, but from always, not from this balanced perspective of human and nature in balance, and but always in this top-down approach that what is beneficial to man or to humankind and not to nature. So I think that, of course, that we can say that the SDGs are the result of the discussion between 170 some countries, and of course that everyone is but the mentality beyond that.
I think we that's why we have to try to with you could it's a very good point because I think there's for example starting with stakeholder thinking that was originally you could say a European way of thinking about stakeholders which was not so concentrated on the firm. Then it was a way in the United States it's very concentrated on the firm as a center. But on the other hand, to include stakeholders is extremely important. So there's an element of thinking through stakeholders towards inclusion of the other. And of course, how do you do that? But there has been people trying to say, well, how do we represent nature through as a stakeholder? And of course, then you can say then it ends up with profitability because a stakeholder is somebody who has an interest. But can you link an ethical? Can you link ethical respect to the stakeholder in the decision-making process? You have these wonderful examples. For example, also in Denmark, there was a project of building a lot of apartments in a natural park, a new apartment complex, and suddenly they realized there's a small frog or salamander living there, and then of course this it cannot speak, but you have NGOs representing this animal. And this animal means that this building project is cancelled. So that's of course a way to that through you can say the openness of stakeholder theory. You need to think about the potential stakeholders and include them in decision making.
I think it's a good step forward, but I think it's not enough. You see, but I think it's a fantastic step. Moving from a shareholder to a stakeholder perspective, it's a great move forward. But then we should move from an anthropocentric to a more balanced perspective of the world. But it's very difficult.
But if we take the Sustainable Development Goals, because I would agree with this. There's a strange moving back towards a human focus, combined with the Brundtland report. The Brundtland report, you could say, was very close to Hans Jonas with the idea of responsibility, responsibility for the future. And then with the Sustainable Development Goals, the social sustainability, the human societies, humanity, human rights, becomes a key element, and there, of course, we have this discussion of I don't know what happened to these discussions. The deep ecology discussion versus the anthropocentrism discussion, and there was the problem of deep ecology is it's very. Then of course we need to move beyond the subject, the human subject, but it's also very difficult for us to eliminate our subjectivity. Then a colleague of mine, he was watching his washing machine at home, and then he called the position anthropocentrifugal. You see, we extend our perspective, and that you could say with stakeholder theory, the idea is extension of perspective, but it still starts with humanity. And of course, all my examples are very human focused examples, because it's a discovery of nature, it's instrumentalization of nature.
Yes.
Can I say a few words in responding to your remarks, which I think very illuminating? That this very idea to imagine the other or nature, or even implement nature, implicate nature in our SDG or whatever agenda, or the idea of stakeholder, is difficult because of the, what you say, the neoclassic division of the self, other, human and non-human, God and evil. You know, we function, our mind has been conditioned and operating in this dualistic thinking. So I think what we need to do, and as humanity, that, you know, becomes so important in our education, precisely because that we have to undermine that dualistic thinking. Unless we liberate ourselves from this dualistic thinking, there's no hope at all. You know, we don't have to give away ourselves, we don't have to give away our subjectivity. The only thing we have to do is to create the interface, to blur the dividing line between self and other, to see that intersubjectivity, right? Yeah, so it's an interbeing that we are thinking about. So this is kind of conceptual framework that we really have to deconstruct in ourselves. So our thinking, you know, whatever decision making, whatever piece of paper and document, protocol, you know, based on, as you put very precisely, neoclassical thinking. That is the division of nature, culture, human, and non-human. Human is culture. Nature is this other than human, right? So I think philosopher like you is important.
The question
you need
is,
to have
of
a
course,
narrative.
how do we? You could, how do we?
To create the interface.
Yeah, to create that interface. But of course, that's where we could say, if we compare, for example, the Danish thinking. If you say that this relation to nature, this very instrumental relation to nature, which is of course not only in Denmark, but is a global problem, that we would have to open up for this. You could say of course the understanding of the other. One idea. Which is in the Sustainable Development Goals, is the concept of integrity, where integrity is not only understood as a human concept, but also a concept of nature, where you talk about the integrity of living being, for example. And there you may, by this concept of integrity, you may be able to capture the relation. As an important dimension, but because you could say you have the four concepts in the Sustainable Development Goals. You have the concept of autonomy, and autonomy is very linked to human beings, the human rights, and it's difficult to relate autonomy. Of course, you could. It doesn't make sense to talk about autonomy of all living beings, but you would link autonomy with free will and decisive power. Then, of course, you have the concept of dignity, which is also in the Declaration, and the dignity you often relate to human beings, to human dignity. But there's, for example, in Switzerland, they have in the Constitution, they talk about the dignity of nature. So there you have a concept that in some ways makes a relation. And further on with the concept of integrity, you could say the concept of integrity is a concept that is both the personal. You have the moral concept of having moral integrity, but you also have the other concept, which is bodily integrity. Through bodily integrity, there's a relation to nature, and then also you have the so to say the integrity of natural life. So maybe there's some element of respect there. And then, of course, the fourth concept, which is also very strongly represented, is the concept of vulnerability. And that's a concept that that is much more applicable for, or is relevant for all human beings, all beings, so to say, also animals.
We have, yes, we have to move forward, but if it's quick.
It's very quick. It's
Okay.
going to be very quick. I mean, I'm making this comment in connection with my own presentation. I totally agree with Nuno that, you know, all these schemes are just not radical enough. So we have to, I mean, I think that those concepts, you know, autonomy, integrity, dignity, they are all fine. We just have to post-humanize them. And we can't even only think about living beings. We have to include the inanimate beings too, inanimate objects, which we should consider beings. There was a slide which features the Buen Vivir, you know, which was presented actually, which was written into the constitutions of Bolivia and Uruguay, where they actually says that, you know, we should respect all things, not just, for them beings are, you know, a stone is a being too. So we should, that's what they call Pachamama, which means some kind of like the idea of Gaia. So in Gaia, everything is alive and everything deserves dignity, and everything naturally has autonomy already. And so we need to post-humanize this radically. Recognize everything is alive.
Yeah, but that's our whole tragedy, I would say, because we live in the Anthropocene, as I started by saying. Our reality is tragic in the sense that it's so difficult for us to encounter the other. That's a whole paradox.
Yeah, that's precisely the problem, right?
Yeah,
we have to overcome that problem.
Yes, but that's the problem. How can we do it?
I mean,
but it's a key problem. It's a key problem. It's a key problem.
Actually, we already have enough evidence for treating everything as alive. It's just that we don't want to look at those evidence, such as, you know, evidence provided by quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but what does this mean when you are making decisions about priority with stakeholders? For example, that's I think the poverty issue as being number one in the Sustainable Development Goals. So but of course you could say that's why you have social sustainability, because you need to include the other in the decision making, so that you create a harmonized development.
Right. You know,
so that's, of course, that would be this openness. But there I would say stakeholder theory would be a way to open up, a continuous opening for these elements.
Just encourage you to continue the discussion during lunch. Okay, thank you, Jacob. Okay, I have to invite Pascual now for his presentation, and then we continue the discussions during lunch, okay? Pascual, the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It is working. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to. It's for me a pleasure to participate in this well-organized and high-caliber conference. My presentation will focus on urban water and circular economy, in particular in my country. But first, I would like to spend a few minutes discussing the fundamental challenge we face, climate change, to say another view, how it's changing everything around us, in particular in the world of water. Well, the water cycle is an ongoing process of water moving continuously. You know this, is probably well known, between the Earth and the atmosphere. In these three forms, liquid, solid, and gas. Here, the sun is the main energy source of these transfers, where we have the evaporation for the mass of water, oceans, seas, rivers, and the transpiration of through the leaf of trees and plants and animals, the condensation, the clouds, and the precipitation. And we have, as a consequence, between other things, the runoff. The runoff is, at the end, the available water resources of our territory. Well, in my country, general, it rains a little less than the average of the European Union, is over 85%. But the main difference between northern and southern Europe is the runoff. Because most of the precipitation in northern countries is in the form of snow, combined with slow or reduced sunshine. This results in low evapotranspiration and in high runoff. In the southern countries, as we can see here, in particular in my country, here, the evapotranspiration is more important, and as a consequence, we have lower runoff. Well, in recent years, we have observed a decrease of over 12% in average rainfall in Spain. However, it doesn't mean that the rainfall is distributed evenly across the country, but this is the result for studying long periods. No? The same thing is happening in other parts of the world too. Here you have this graph shows the historical flow volume. This line of the upper is the 116 years average in the Colorado River in the United States and Mexico. At Lee Ferry is a point that separates the river uppers and lower basin, and is often used as a reference point to track its evolution, no, of the river. So this average has been 40.7 million acre feet for 116 years, and you have below the 20-year average is 12.5. This means a reduction of over 50%. Well, the Colorado River has experienced a mega drought over the last 25 years. Now 25 years, this is a little less. And the return period of this mega drought is 1200 years. We have to return to the 8th century to found something similar in the Colorado River. According to the European Drought Observatory, 64% of the continent was under drought warning and 17% under drought alert in August in 2022, 3 years ago. The European Commission declared 2022 to be the worst drought in 500 years in Europe. The situation was particularly complicated in northern and southern Italy, in central Germany, in eastern Hungary, northern Spain, and southern and central France. This is absolutely unusual, no? We have drought in Spain, in the south, and in the north in the north, that I showed you in the previous, I don't know, in this graph. This is the place where usually run more in Europe. As a consequence, we have incredible situations. The water level in the Rhine River in Germany fell so low that shipping was affected, making it impossible to cargo more than 20-30% of usual cargo. In UK, it was the driest month in July in 2022 in 13 counties, since records began in 1836. But sometimes we had drought, and other times we had floods. Floods are the most common natural disaster all over the world. They account for 44% of all natural disasters and are responsible for nearly half of all disaster-related deaths. Currently, 22% of the global population are at the risk of severe flooding. The frequency of flooding has been more than double since 2004 due to the accelerated hydrological cycle caused by the anthropogenic climate change. This is happening all over the world. In Europe, this is something that had been, we are in the most flood-prone period over the last 500 years. And the biggest problem in Europe are sea temperatures in the Mediterranean that they have risen, and the critical limit is a water temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. When this limit is exceeded, the meteorological system pays over the area, becomes enriched with enormous additional moisture, which acts as both as an accelerator and as a magnifier of the phenomenon. Let me tell you what happened in my country last year, in the area of Valencia. This is in the coast. Well, this is an area characterized by mountain geography and the rapid slope of rivers and ravines toward the coast. This facilitates, of course, the overflowing of water in areas where the lack of urban planning also that does help natural absorption and magnifies the impact of flooding. But last year was an extraordinary situation. Big storm that came from the sea entered, and something that probably had to happen in an area of, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 square kilometers, a big area. Suddenly the sky opened and dropped on 800 square kilometers. This is something very small, if you imagine, because this is an area of 20 kilometers. In some of the towns, the rainfall was incredible. In one city, reached 772 liters in one day, and the record for rainfall in 1 hour, that was a record in the Spanish records, in the Spanish registers, was 185 liters in 1 hour. You can imagine this, no? Well, in situations like this, well, it's very difficult to manage, because this is something incredible. You know this perfectly. In China, we were talking yesterday and the other day, what will happen particularly in the Yangtze River basin, no? But in other areas of the country also, this is something that is very problematic. The question for that is, in some regions, two phenomena that were expected to occur once every 50 or 500 or 1,000 years had happened within just 3 or 5 years. This automatically means that all the alarm bells should be ringing, and because the return periods and the statistical distributions change, and that's the whole approach to coping and planning. This is something, this is really something very important. Well, let me go now to the urban water and circular economy. What should we deal with this challenge? Well, our plan involves mitigating the consequences and adapting to the new scenario, but implementing various initiatives throughout the urban water cycle. But let me talk about, while discussing the phases of urban water management, maybe this is something that maybe some of you know, but usually it's not well known. No? Well, the first we do, of course, is the catchment. No? Most of the water captured to supply cities comes from reservoirs. This made possible for us to retain the runoff. We use, of course, also groundwater or desalination water in some cities, but this is the main source. No? Then the second phase is the treatment. Treatment for its potabilization. Drinking water is water that can be consumed without pushing a health risk. But in order to do these characteristics, in order to consider drinking water, it must not contain any pollutant. It's evident. No? It must contain an adequate proportion of gases and salts, and it must be also colorless, odorless, and tasteless. No? Well, based on these criteria, most of the planet's available fresh water cannot be consumed without first and undergoing a drinking water treatment process. This is something that was discovered very early. No? The Greeks in the 5th century BC were aware of the water could transmit disease, and they recommended filtering and boiling it before ingesting it. The first large-scale water treatment plant was set up here in Paris at the beginning of the 19th century, where the water was left to sit for 12 hours before being filtered with sand and charcoal. However, the disinfestation did not become a common practice until the beginning of the 20th century with the use of chlorine. Well, the first we usually do is a pre-oxidation using an oxidizing chemical agent capable of eliminating any oxidable matter. Later, a coagulation and a flocculation to facilitate the grouping of fine particles responsible for the color and the turbidity of water. The third step is usually the decanting, that causes the particles formed in the previous process to be deposited, forming an sludge, and filtration, the retention of particles that could not be extracted in the previous processes, by passing water through filters containing sand, activated carbon or other highly porous materials, and a final disinfestation that is normally achieved using chlorine or ammonia. Well, and now we have pure drinking water, and what we receive through the distribution system on our tap. No? The storage and distribution of water was a major concern of all Asian cultures. Around 2,000 years ago in Jericho, in Israel, system for transporting and distributing water from wells began to be developed using canals. Greek cities, but the Romans were the greatest and best builders of water works of all Asian civilization. They constructed dams and aqueducts that still are in use today. We have some in my country, for example, no? But during the Middle Age, waste was discharged directly into the water, leading to serious health problems, and modern system for providing a whole city with drinking water was constructed, the first in Scotland, also in the early of the 19th century. Well, this is something that is working in any city at the present time. No? The distribution is very large, as you can imagine. In my country, there are more than 300,000 kilometers of pipes, no, running all over the streets. No? And you can imagine in China with 30 times the population of Spain, how must to be the distribution network. No? Well, we refer to the wastewater as the water that comes from homes and industrial activities in the cities. When untreated, it has several environmental effects when discharged into a river. First, large quantities of microorganisms, including pathogens and chemicals. The decomposition of the organic matter and ammonia compounds in the water consumes the oxygen, the dissolved oxygen of water, and if the water contains, that usually happens in the wastewater, nutrients as nitrogen or phosphorus, this can lead to the eutrophication of the water. In short, if we don't treat this water, rivers become pollutants and life is destroyed because waste accumulates in the river banks and into the water. No? To alleviate the problem, we purify water before being returned to rivers in a way that does affect the environment. This is something that has been also a constant concern throughout history. Remains of sewage pipes has been found in ancient cities, in Crete, in Assyria, as well as in sewers in various cities in the Roman Empire. The same problem happened in the late medieval Europe. Fecal matter was deposited in rivers, and we have a lot of problems, no? At the beginning of the 19th century, with continuing epidemic of cholera and other disease that led to the widespread construction of sewers and sewage collection in large cities. And as a consequence, the incipient purification systems were developed. But this in Europe really was changed absolutely in the mid-20th century. In particular, the directive was approved in the 70s. We treat the water in the wastewater treatment plants using two different lines. It's the water line. In the water line, the process begins with a pre-treatment that involves filtering out large particles from the wastewater inlet collectors and a primary decanting, and a secondary treatment that reduces the organic matter present in wastewater throughout an aerobic biological process in a biological reactor. We think in the word reactor, you imagine big engines, and well, there are no engines in a biological reactor. Basically, we activate the bacteria by introducing air and water temperatures. It's like an spa for the bacteria. But in this activating process, the bacteria consume the organic matter and also the nutrients. Also, we can eliminate nitrogen and phosphorus. This treated water now is ready to be returned to the rivers in good environmental conditions, because it's good for the aquatic life, or if not bad. In some wastewater treatment plants, the water undergoes further treatment, we call a tertiary treatment, to enable it to be reused in various purposes I will show you later. And we have also an sludge line, because we produce in the water treatment, we produce a byproduct called sludge, which is thickened, stabilized, and dehydrated, and which is very interesting in the context of circular economy. Our management system enable us to convert wastewater treatment plants into biofactories, where we not only treat but also transform waste into valuable products, producing renewable energy for several ways, generating recycled water ready for use, and also biosolids that has different issues. These are the three most important pillars of circularity in the urban water sector. These three elements. First, the recycling and reuse of water treatment. You can imagine that the wastewater treatment produced in large cities generates enormous volumes of water that are ready for recycling. Furthermore, treating it for reuse is relatively inexpensive. Something very interesting. Spain is the European leader and the fifth country in the world with the highest reuse of reclaimed water. We produce more than 600 cubic hectometers per year. This means it's over 15% of the total wastewater we treated. And we use this for different issues. The most important is the irrigation in the agriculture, and also in gardens, in municipal gardens, golf courses, and other areas. We use this water as processed and clean water in industries, also in cooling towers, and really in the industrial sector there are a great potential for reclaimed water, always where drinking water are not strictly necessary. Also, we use this water for environmental issues, recharging aquifers, maintaining wetlands, and ensuring the minimum environmental flows in rivers. This is something also interesting. And on the last times, we are mixed with water from rivers and reservoirs as raw water for drinking water production. This is something that we are doing now in Barcelona, for instance, in Spain, that is working this time in California, in Los Angeles, and in San Diego to produce. They are developing a very big program of investment about that. Well, the second element, most sewage sludge can be reused instead of being dumped in landfills, as was common in the past. The sludge treatment make it possible to eliminate a diffuse source of greenhouse gas emissions, and to convert this sludge into a source of renewable energy generation. It also enables to produce a source of energy. In often countries, they use the sludge to produce electricity, burning. But in the south, we use to produce a biocompost. It's very interesting for agriculture because these biosolids are an excellent fertilizer. And the third area of the circular economy refers to the binomial between water and energy. i.e., the production of renewable energies. As we can see, there are many ways. We can use many technologies that we are already used for the production of renewable energy. We have hydroelectric in reservoirs. We have also micro hydroelectric installation with 1 megawatt or less in the distribution of drinking water. The idea is clear, where there is a constant water flow and energy can be produced, do not give up. We use also biogas. I will explain now how it works for self-consumption in the wastewater treatment plants. We co-generate electricity in the thermal drying of the sewage sludge, and we have a lot of solar photovoltaic plants. We are exploring now the use of the reservoirs for floating photovoltaic plants. Well, this is something that is developing very important. We now have some wastewater treatment plants that are completely self-sufficient, producing all the energy they need for operation, and even selling surpluses to the energy grid. But the potential for that is very important. Last year, a new urban wastewater treatment directive has been approved by the European administration with the Parliament and the government, which sets an EU-wide target of achieving energy neutrality in wastewater treatment plants in all the European Union by 2040. This is something, well, very interesting. The main source will be biogas, of course, that is produced throughout the anaerobic digestion of slag. Anaerobic means without oxygen, no? In a contrary process. And this allows to eliminate this diffuse source of greenhouse gas emissions. Biogas is 2/3 biomethane and 1/3 CO2, and we can use perfectly to produce electricity, and we can upgrade the biogas and to produce eliminating the CO2, separating the CO2, and we have biomethane that is similar to natural gas, but produced in a renewable, in a circular economy and by a renewable source. This has moved. This is the production of different sources of renewable energy that is impossible to see, as you can see. I don't know why it has moved. Anyway, what is our adaptation strategy? Let me give you an example. This graph shows how the reservoirs in the Madrid region, live 7 million people, have experienced 20% of reduction in rainfall. This is in the graph, in the line, in the purple line, over the last 20 years. No? In addition, the population, that is the green line, has grown over 40% since 2005. How did we change the curve of consumption? This is the blue line that you have here, and as you can see, that is declining. Well, the only way that we can use in this case is to reducing per capita consumption, no? And this is something that we are doing very clear in this year. No? We are investing in renovating the urban water distribution network to reduce water loss. This is something very important, no? Especially if you don't have too much. It's clear, no? We are now in my country in a program using cutting-edge technologies to control the urban water distribution. In particular, we are renewing all the metering process. The relation with the water companies and the customers is very slow over the time. We usually read meters 6 times per year, every 2 months. Now we are installing meters. The problem of the meter is that usually are in places where there are no easy to you have to enter in the house, or you don't have instruments to read. We try to use different technologies, radio and others, but some years ago we discovered that this works in the -2 what is a sótano or in the -2 level. If you try to make a call in the -2 level in your house, the telephone doesn't work. No? You cannot communicate, you cannot send a picture or something. But well, really, you can use the telephone operate, the 5G operate in a range of and in the narrow range that you don't need to make any investment to work. This operates perfectly. No? In particular, if you only have to send a bit of information, how a meter is increasing the volume over the day. No? We are reading now 24/7 the meters. We have now a full information about what's happened in the house and the distribution network, and we are providing also service that we never can imagine. For instance, if you have a house on the beach or on the mountains, we can tell you, do you know that one tap has been opened 5 minutes ago in your house there, or in your friends, in your father's house that are very old? Do you know that it are 12 o'clock and no tap has been opened till now? No, something like this. No? We also the recycle of water is something very interesting because increase the available water volume without increasing reservoir capacity, and also that is important is to prevent the effects of extreme rainfall and flooding, implementing sustainable urban drainage systems to retain rainwater and prevent oversaturation in sewer networks during rainy events. Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Questions, comments, as usual. Okay, Luis.
Thank you, Pascual. The circular economy approach is offering technological solutions which have, of course, a positive impact both on environment and in economy.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, on one hand, there is often a cost involved in this, which tends to be absorbed by the consumers, which has created resistance, growing resistance in many countries, and including political shifts to groups that do not endorse such an approach, to put it like that. It's happening in Europe, United States, part of the creation of Sudan. It also doesn't address the issue of meaning and purpose of how we perform. It's much more focused. I'm not saying this is a criticism we're trying to describe. It's more focused on the production and the distribution than in consuming. Of course, there is an implication in consuming, but it doesn't call for a stronger engagement of consumers because most decisions have a scale which is a state scale or big company scale. So the dimensions of inequality sometimes grow. I'm not saying this is necessary, but it's a fact. And also the more cultural concerns, issues like meaning, relation to meaning, and things that have been discussed are not so much considered. Do you see a possibility to bring together these two approaches? And if yes, how?
Well, this is something that is changing a lot. The technologies we are using at present times doesn't have hard discussions, that have controversial with people. No? The production of renewable energies, for example, nobody knows nothing about that. You don't see anything. The only question that is that has consequences is, of course, greenhouse gas emissions that people don't see. That what you do in the wastewater treatment plant, and a reduction in the production cost for the water. This is something very clear. No, something that sometimes produces discussion is the use of the sludge. The sludge on this dehydrated and treated sludge for the agriculture. Because it's full of fertilizers. As a consequence, what you put on the land smell. It's something that you see, but smell 2 days. It disappear immediately. Really, this is there are no big controversies about that in Europe. It's something that the most interesting of that is something that could be self-financed, because we are producing byproducts that are valuable, that you can have a price in the market and that you can sell. As a consequence, this is something that is developing very fast in all of the European Union, at least, as I know.
Yes, John.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Obviously, as a social scientist, I take it from a certain angle. And what's striking in everything you were discussing is how there's a kind of triangle here, of which the three sides are infrastructure, technology, and behavioral factors, both institutional and individual. How your 5 final points obviously combine those 3 elements entirely correctly. From a social science perspective, what is, I think, particularly interesting is the ways in which, on the one hand, the combination of technology and infrastructure creates incentives and patterns of behavior, even if people don't necessarily subscribe to them. And at the same time, without behavioral adaptations, changes, for instance, in water use, reducing per capita consumption, can't be achieved. What's your view of the balance between those 3 levels, for instance, on the consumption issue? Is it, in your experience, mostly an infrastructural issue, mostly a technological issue, or mostly a behavioral issue? And I know the answer is, well, that's not the right question, but please tell me in what way it's not the right question.
No, it's the right question, of course. You have to the most important elements that combine produces these results. No? It's evident that to reduce the per capita consumption is something that you are changing the behavior of the people. You can do that closing the taps or the distribution, but this is not the case. No? The idea is that you have all the water that you need, but you don't use water as the waste deposit, for instance. No? That you use the water that you really need, and the water that the family really needs is not very important. You can see you see how the average of consumption in Europe is moving between. I think one of the countries with the lower per capita consumption is Denmark. In Denmark, around water is more expensive than in other European countries. It's something also important, but anyway, they have the level of life in Denmark is also bigger. Now, it's a question of the people has the commitment to use the water they need. This is very important. And at the same time, if you lost, I don't know, 50% of the water that you produce in the distribution network, it's evident that you have to work in this line. No? It's a mixture, of course, no? Of technologies. The problem is we are talking about something that the water is distributing, as I say, in my country, over 300,000 kilometers of pipes. You have to design a strategy to sectorize and to control what is entering and what you are selling, and as a consequence identify where the water loss, the important water loss is producing, and attack this. But anyway, there are no any country in the world with less with water loss is less than 5-7%, because it's impossible. No, the only way to do that is to put, I don't know, pipes of gold or something like this, no, to avoid any possible loss. No, this has no sense. No, but this is the idea. No, to combine to advertising campaigns, explaining people what is correct and what is not, and using the most cutting-edge technologies to in the process. No?
Okay. Thank you. We have to. So I invite you all to go so we go together to the restaurant.
Yes.
Okay.
So thank you to everyone. I was very happy these few days to be with you to share very interesting discussions. Well, I need to leave you at the break. I'm sorry, I have my train this afternoon, but it was really a great pleasure. So, the topic of my presentation today is about commons. You are certainly aware that discussions on social networks generate vast real-time data, revealing shifts in sentiment and also in emergent trends. These online conversations act as early indicators of how values, concerns, but also behaviors are evolving across society and on a global level, thus breaking the physical limits. Well, they represent a vast ocean of perspectives that can be used to model how consumers express care and responsibility towards water. So that is why in this presentation I draw on ethnography, which is an online ethnographic method to explore how consumers discuss, engage with, and take responsibility for water. But before I start, just a few words. It doesn't work? Okay, thank you. Just a few words about the genesis of the project. So, we are 4 researchers at Alexandria Business School, and we are specialized, we are experts in marketing and consumer behavior. When the school decided to make this shift towards water issues, well, we were very keen to explore the current issues related to this limited resource. So the first thing that we did was to make 3 observations. The first one is relative to global water challenges. According to a report published by UNESCO in 2024, 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water, 3.5 billion people lack access to quality sanitation, and this intensifies food and energy insecurity. What is interesting also is that water demand doubled since the 60s, and this shows this pressing issue with regards to water management and water consumption. Well, a quarter of the planet faces extreme water stress as well each year. So this was our first observation. Second observation was related more to the demand perspective. Although agriculture and industry account for the majority of fresh water withdrawals, with respectively 70 and 19%, household water consumption is also experiencing a significant increase. Between the 60s and 2014, domestic water demand increased by 60%, well, which is a rate far faster than that of all other sectors. Well, interesting also observation, this growing scarcity of fresh water, and particularly drinking water, is no longer a concern only for developing regions like Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, and also the Middle East, but it affects now industrialized nations which are exposed both to climate change and demographic pressures, and we've discussed yesterday in the van about that. The third observation is more the different levels of analysis, and we have noticed that first, at the macroeconomic level, research focuses on, for instance, the economic drivers, the resource allocation, but also the economic consequences on the global level of this scarcity of water resources. At meso level, it is more the regional and basin level governance that is concerned with all related to infrastructure management. And finally, our focus today is on this microeconomic approach, which is more particular to water consumption at individual level, at the level of individual actors, examining both perceptions but also behaviors, their determinants as well, and all the mechanisms that induce behavioral or perceptual change. So, it appears after a literature review that the research in this domain remains relatively underdeveloped, leaving several important research gaps. Therefore, we have decided to engage in research that explores various topics, various issues, and today I will present one of these related to care for the commons. So let me now present the theoretical framework on which I will draw on. First of all, I would like you to broaden your horizon and to observe water not only as a resource in tension, but also as an object of consumption that also has the specificity of being a common good, and to understand how marketing tools can shed light on, influence, and perhaps transform the behavior and the perceptions of individual consumers. With regards to the theoretical frameworks, there are two main perspectives on the commons. The first one is the economic institutionalist view that was developed by Elinor Ostrom. In this perspective, commons are understood as a common pool of resources, like water or fisheries, for instance, and they are defined as a type of good based on two criteria: excludability and rivalry. For instance, access to water is broadly open, so it is a non-excludable good, and usage by one individual can reduce availability to others, so it is a rivalrous good. The second perspective is much more focused on a social constructivist view or practice-based, and this view criticizes Ostrom for focusing too much on the resource itself. Instead, commons are seen here as a social form, something that is created by the practices called commoning. So commoning means voluntary, peer-based, self-organized activities where people will share, manage, and care for resources, whether this could be tangible, like water, or intangible, like knowledge, for instance. Here the focus is not only on the resource, but also on the social relations and the collective practices, and also the ongoing negotiations that make something a commons. So Ostrom defines a commons as, if Ostrom defines a commons as a category of goods, the second view defines commons more as a process or a practice, so something that people do together. Now, digging deeper in the theoretical framework, let's see why the concept of care is relevant as a theoretical lens to address commons. Well, a well-known dilemma in economics illustrates this problem. Everybody's property is nobody's property. Well, during the communism in my country, it was everybody's property is my property. that's another discussion. So the neglect and overexploitation of common resources relative to privately owned ones is described as the tragedy of the commons. The central insight of this theory is that when resources are collectively shared, responsibility for their preservation is diffused, and individuals often will give priority to short-term personal benefits over long-term collective welfare. As a result, stewardship behaviors such as conservation or sustainable consumption are underprovided in the situation. The most radical solution proposed to this dilemma has historically been privatization, as you know, which assigns ownership to a single actor who has both the responsibility and the incentive to maintain the resource. Again, more recent research, however, has shown that the feelings of psychological ownership over a public or a common good, for instance, a lake, can also foster stewardship and preservation behaviors, precisely because such ownership heightens perceptions of responsibility and care for the resource. There are parallel debates in the field of ethical consumption, and that marketers are using often in their theoretical frameworks, and this is the well-documented attitude-behavior gap, whereby consumers express concern for social or environmental issues, but fail to translate these attitudes into consistent ethical practices. So this inconsistency suggests that knowledge or positive attitude alone are not sufficient to produce action behind, echoing the dynamics observed in the tragedy of the commons. So that's why the concept of care offers a theoretical perspective that can address these issues. Care encompasses both dispositions, so interest, concern, and commitment, and practices that materialize these dispositions in concrete actions. It will extend beyond rational calculation by emphasizing relational responsibility, attentiveness to others, human or non-human, and also sustained engagement. Now, what is care? Just a very quick definition. When we talk about care, the most common definition that is used is we are referring to something that is more just feeling of concern. It's Fisher and Toronto that gave this definition. They describe it. Caring is something we do. It's all the actions we take to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live in it as well as possible. So that will include, obviously, caring for our bodies, ourselves, our other people, and also the environment. Care has also different dimensions. It is something that is affective because it will involve emotions and how we relate to others. It is practical because it is about what we do actually. And it is also political because the way we care shapes the kind of world we create. Finally, when we think about care in consumption, it is not only one-time act, but something that is a very dynamic process and brings together awareness, responsibility, and action. Let me now go back to the research objective. Well, it is to explore how consumers express care and concern for water as a common good. Well, I have decided in this research to draw on ethnography as a research methodology. Ethnography was developed by Cosinets. It is basically ethnography, but not in the physical, in the online space. It involves adapting all the ethnographic techniques to online spaces. Well, what is interesting in ethnography is that people usually act naturally and they share their real feelings and their real concerns because they are communicating in their everyday online environments. So this means that their behavior and comments are less likely to be influenced by social desirability bias, and they are not trying to impress a researcher or appear more ethical than really are. So the research protocol, very fast, the data collection, I scrapped data from different blogs or social networks, like for instance Reddit sustainability, Reddit zero waste, Reddit water, etc., etc. And it represents, I think, now more than 3,000 pages of comments, of consumer comments, and the thematic, that's why the thematic analysis is still ongoing. I will need a very powerful software to analyze this data. This ethnography method helped me to identify the different dimensions and the different relationships between theory and data, going back and forth between theory and data. Just, I don't know if you see, it's very small, but that's how it is on the internet. For instance, data centers consume massive amounts of water, and there are 11 reviews or 11 people that share their concern about it. There are some. It was on the next slide. There are some threads that are very, very rich on data. I don't know if you see, no, probably not this one, probably the next one. But sometimes you have like more than 2,000 reviews or 2,000 comments on a single thread on Reddit, for instance. Now, the results, the results, the analysis is still ongoing, so I'm presenting you today something that is very rough. Consumers express this awareness that water is a commons. We can see the two dimensions, scarcity and rivalry, appearing in the comments. Water is described as a limited and rivalrous. Awareness of overuse is present in the comment. Overconsumption creates environmental problems like water shortages, for instance. There is someone called Midori Beldown saying that potable water is in many ways a finite resource. So consumers are aware of this aspect. The second thematic is commoning. We see some practices, consumers are engaged in these practices of commoning. This is the social constructivist view. They are self-organizing. There is this voluntary ways of caring for and managing the shared resources. For instance, someone is discussing rain barrels, rainwater shortages, and sharing between humans and animals, and how all this process unfolds. And there is finally someone explaining to the others what is grey water. So peer education is something that is very present in the community. Now, the second part of the results, of these preliminary results, show the different expressions of care, with, of course, the affective dimension, which is related to concern, empathy, emotional involvement. For instance, someone is saying that he's overthinking the overall process, and another consumer is feeling bad for people who stress about the details, the everyday details. So there is this affective dimension about care. There is also the practical dimension related more to actions, concrete actions, awareness, responsibility. As you can see, don't wash your car, use grey water, get a water-saving shower head, for example. To affective, practical, the third dimension is the political dimension. People are discussing all the structures, justice, collective responsibility, that for instance, politics need to implement strict laws in production, and also focus on the worst offenders. And finally, there is the relational dimension of care, with the interdependence, the trust, and responsiveness to other needs. Well, there is a lot this reference to how we. It is not only reference to water, but also to what we eat and our food. So yeah, people are saying fruits and vegetables are not picture perfect, but we can still consume them. This is not a problem, and also watering with rainwater is something that is very good. Now, just as a short conclusion, I would like to stress, to emphasize that this research is still ongoing. So what I'm presenting is really preliminary insights. These are not final results. And in management, in marketing, there is a specific structure, and something is missing, obviously. Well, anyway, the different dimensions of care appear in customer discussions. Water is strongly perceived as a commons. Yesterday we had a discussion about a public good, and we'll probably discuss with Karim this again. But people, consumers, perceive water as a commons. We also see some tensions between individual responsibility and collective or systematic action. While these insights are still developing, they point toward care as a promising theoretical perspective, here to connect debates on the tragedy of the commons and the attitude-behavior gap. So the next steps will obviously involve referring and refining these interpretations, also strengthening the theoretical contribution. I would like also to say that ethnography, the ethnographic approach is very strong because it reveals dimensions of care and responsibility that are not easily captured by interviews. Well, this allows us to observe how water is framed as a common practice through debates, emotions, and shared rules. So yeah, I think that the potential of this approach is very high, and this research needs to be further developed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Questions, suggestions before I have my own? No? I have one, but yes,
Okay,
go.
I'd like to ask you, had the three dimensions with institutional and social constructivism, how do you see them together? Are they structure? Are they, because you talk at the moment you say this is the social constructivist perspective,
yeah,
and the care perspective, but they may go, do they align, or do they go in many different directions?
Well, historically, the second one criticizes the first one for being too economic and goods-centered, and not enough showing the processes, the relationships, the interactions between individuals. So yes, I need to find a way to combine both dimensions. Anyway, they are present in the verbatims, but probably digging further in the theoretical model will help to how can I say, to puzzle these different dimensions.
Maybe they stay in tension.
Probably they stay in tension. I don't have the answer yet.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a very interesting observation. And also, I didn't notice the expression of non-care in the comments. I don't care. People never say I don't care. So that's interesting too. Probably there is this bias. People who share their point of view about water are already involved. So there is a bias, obviously, but.
Yes, Pascal.
Yes, something I didn't understand clear. How do you estimate the relation between these variables? Did you make surveys, or what is the? Would you use? I see the information about 1 year. No, what 1 year? In the period 2004-2005.
Yeah.
I don't know if you use annual data, or how do you estimate the relation? Because this is a methodology to estimate behavior. No?
The data were gathered between 24 and 25, but this is qualitative data, so basically text. And I can do a quantitative analysis of this qualitative data. It is possible, but probably it will be the next step in the process. For now, I'm analyzing also, this is just thematic content analysis.
Yes, John.
Thanks. Very interesting, as we were discussing before you even started about the methodological issues. There are two that I find extremely interesting and obviously tricky. The first is social differentiation. One would expect attitudes to be correlated with other social properties, geographical location, social class, maybe voting behavior, generation, and of course it's tricky to handle that. Do you have an idea of how over time you might be able to build that sociographic analysis into the methodology analysis? And the second question is, as you said correctly, you're looking at performativity. And of course, some people are all mouth and no trousers, as one says colloquially. In other words, what they say online in a performative stance might be quite different from what they actually do at home when no one's looking. Do you have any ideas about how methodologically to capture that possible performative gap?
Well, very good question. And I don't have the answer because these people I can't link them to specific profile, demographic profile. For instance, as I told you, I have data coming from the Netherlands, California, the USA, Asia. It's Reddit, so everyone can give an opinion. And often you have people coming from different countries and giving a specific opinion about the topic. So ethnography is something that has, how can I say, an umbrella. You have how can I say, something more general about how people express their sentiment, but you cannot have this precise measure of their demography or opinion. This is more, this is more a quantitative study, and I can do, taking the same topic, I can go beyond ethnography by doing after this a quantitative study, either to confirm or infirm the results.
I think these methodological horizons are hugely interesting, and maybe we'll have an opportunity to talk about them again.
I hope so.
Can I?
Yes.
So, I think that's not an excuse in ethnography, because basically people will ask you exactly the same question that John was asking you. Okay, so the kind of what is the profile of the people. And so probably what you have to do is try to find some kind of differentiation up to the level where you can.
Yeah.
So if you know the country of origin, probably start there, because if you don't know their ages, etc., but do separate at that level. Then one interesting thing that could come out of this meeting here, because if it is an ethnography qualitative, so I hope that you didn't find your answers yet, because you are still analyzing the data. Okay, so that would mean that probably you would need a theoretical framework to analyze your data after. And one interesting thing that you could do, knowing that you have Western people and Eastern people, is to do the divide there, okay? And why not use this Taoist perspective, for instance? And that would be very innovative for management studies, okay? To bring the philosophical perspective and try to understand it through that. Because if you are just describing, well, these people do that people do that, and that's
descriptive. That is descriptive.
No one cares about that.
Yeah, of course.
But if you put a philosophical layer there, where you can contrast the beliefs, the sets of beliefs of, and then play on this need of balance between nature and humankind, and then you put this philosophical layer on top of that, probably that could be more interesting.
Thank you.
But you can only do that if you can qualify the people that are answering. So if you can, and that divide, I think that you can do.
I can try somehow, probably just keep a part of these answers. I could probably do that.
And probably have more answers, more data. That you can have enough data that could
I'm
allow you
on all the
saturate
social networks related to water.
Because you have to saturate the categories. So. Okay, thanks. Any more questions? No. Thank you for that. So Sun Xiaoshun.
Yes, it's me. How to use control this. Just press. No. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Luis and Nuno, and all of you for inviting me to this conference. The topic, waterscapes, is really interesting, intriguing when talk about feng shui, the Chinese geomancy. Formally, I didn't do much work on this, so I have to say, but it's really when I'm listening to all your talk, and I learned a lot, and it makes me also think a lot. Yeah. So I think today my topic is called feng shui, Chinese geomancy, wind and water in ancient China, philosophy and practice. The question is, what is feng shui? What is Chinese geomancy? How is water involved in feng shui? And how did feng shui influence waterscapes theory and practice in ancient China? That's the questions came to me while I'm thinking about this topic. Of course, water, what are included in feng shui discourses. When people talk about feng shui, what are you talking about? People, of course, they'll talk about the geographical patterns. They're talking about the dragons, what's the ranges, mountain ranges. So in China, you have 3 ranges: northern one, middle one, and southern one. So that's the largest scale geography. But on local scales, you can also talk about these dragons or mai, dragons vein, okay? And then you also talk about those hills surrounding it, particularly in the east and the west. They're called They're called I call escorting heroes. And then you talk about those nodes, the places where you can have a dwelling, people can live, and also if for tombs, it's also auspicious location. So I read these books, I see some very auspicious locations. For example, on your back, you have mountains, and then you have water surrounding it, like this way. Okay, so in this location, where we call this black square, where we call a node. That's a location. Of course, you cannot always find water like this. Sometimes also in nowadays, people are also talking about the roads as if it is a river. So this is talking about these geographical patterns. And of course, there are many other things are included. There are also about meteorological factors. Talk about the winds, where winds and where water comes from, and talk about the sunshine, which direction the house, which door should be open, and that kind of thing. Yeah, and also talk about temperatures, climates, moist, and others like soil. What kind of soil? In some classicals like Guanzi already, yeah, from the 5th century BC, a lot of discussing about these qualities of soil, what kind of soil you should have. And also about the fauna and the flora, that's a misspelling, flora of, that means animals and plants surrounding your areas. And of course, we also talk about in this feng shui, also talk about the stars. So I'm a little bit not a real well organized in this talk. It's very discursive, but yeah, because I am preparing just very quickly. One of the earliest references to the idea of feng shui is founded in the historical record by Sima Qian from the Han Dynasty, where this Meng Tian was the builder of the Great Wall of China in the Qin Dynasty, refers to crime of cutting through the veins of earth. So you are cutting these dragons, this vein, it is a crime. Another early reference to the principle underpinning the feng shui is found in the third chapter of the Guanzi. I just mentioned this book. Water, he said, was the blood of the earth, flowing and communicating sinews and the veins. So in feng shui, what is the essential concepts, essential conception? I think qi should be the first one. They say is qi in Chinese philosophy, like I Ching, they say sun, mountain, and the water, they communicate qi. So the qi comes from mountain, but when it meets the water, it was stopped, and it was reserved, it was nourished in a way. So in this way, they're talking about this qi. So that's very essential for making a living. It's a vital qi. If your people live the place, there should be a vital qi there. Otherwise, it would be dead, only for dead things. And of course, they also talk about this yin and yang balance. Yeah, heat, sunshine, darkness, mountain and the river, all this. And also about the 5 phases. For example, when they talk about the water or road, they divide the category, into these 5 phases and correlated to 5 stars. For example, these sharp ones, they say is Mars, it's fire, and this with a flat head is called wood, and with this round one, like a belt ones, it's called the metal. And the water have many shapes. It's flowing, it's alive, crooked, these kind of things. And then when they talk about these waterscapes or feng shui, then you talk about the combination of these 5 phases, 5 elements. What are the relationship? Do they are harmonious? Is it overcome it or nourished by it? These kind of relations also then they talk about the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of the location. I think that's the way. So I just quote some from some classics of this feng shui. For example, the Burial Classical of Jingwu. It says qi circulates through the earth according to the configuration of forces of the earth. It gathers where the configuration force stops. The qi flows the trunk of the hill. Yeah, that's a dragon's trunk, okay? And it branches along its ridges. The classical says that if qi rides the wind, it is scattered. And it is bounded by water. It is held. The qi is scattered when riding the wind, where the swan meets water, it stops and is returned coiling around and enriching and ennobling the land. So that's the basic idea, is how to holding the qi. And here is another description about the qi. It's somehow it compares to human body, how human becoming human, because you are gathering qi, you are accumulating qi, you are consolidating qi, and you are maintaining your qi. So that's life. So the classical says that when the qi circulates through the landforms, entities are thereby giving lives. The configuration of forces of the earth are the basic events. The configuration of forces of mountains are the basic bones. They are snake either west or east or north, meandering, curling back on themselves as if crouching and waiting, as if with something in their grasp. Qi desires to proceed, but it is cut off. It desires to hold, and it becomes deep. Where it approaches and accumulates, stops and gathers, there will be a clashing of yang with the harmonizing of the yin. The earth will be rich and the water will be deep, etc. So these are the talking about the yin and the yang, mountains and the qi. Now, traditional Chinese maps also give visual evidence of this kind of a relation, about the accumulation of the qi. Also, feng shui incorporates ideas of ecology. The root concept of the holding water and blocking the wind contains within it an understanding of the negative effects of erosion. The water dragon classic speaks of the need for water to be pure and the drainage to be not too quick. It says that when the water is clear, still, and pure, there is even greater auspiciousness. How can there be their profit in rapid drainage and waterfalls? Also, feng shui was also related to aesthetics. For example, it's a kind of, for example, in painting, in sanctuary painting, it's a kind of imagined world. That means it's a kind of what is beautiful, what makes you happy, that kind of things. It was maintained by, of course, Joseph Needham. Said the conception of feng shui has been one of the grossly superstitious systems, superstitions, which has no great impact on the history of science. I would not agree with that. Okay, but yeah, we can think about how feng shui influenced the history of science in ancient China. However, Needham himself admitted that it embodied a markedly aesthetical component, which accounts for the great beauty of the sighting, etc. So this you see when the people making this kind of painting in this. This is from, I think, Qin Dynasty. Just think about this: how arranging the mountains, how arranging the waters, and then we can think about how feng shui was actually used in this kind of a design. Yeah. So this is vital qi. I think I mentioned that earlier. Yeah. The Book of Burial also gave us further insights into the concept and it's my eye is not so good, relationship to the living and the dead. When the qi of yin and yang exhaled, it ascendant and it becomes cloud, descending as rain. When it circulates in the earth, it is vital qi. When the vital qi circulation in the earth ferments and gives life to the myriad of things, man receives his form from his parent, his basic frame obtained qi, and the form he is giving accepts. He's giving, accepts it, it harbors it, okay, I cannot see it very well. Life is the gathering of qi. So what congregate and solidified becomes bones, which are the only remains upon death. Therefore, in the burial, qi is returned to reside in the bones, which is how the living are endowed. Okay, so that's why the Chinese put a lot of emphasis on this, the burial sites, because it's also holding your this kind of eternal vital qi. So when talk about this feng shui, some things, of course, some principles, methods should be used, and of course, one is about orientations. Yeah, you use a compass. Yeah, I think even in many archaeological sites from, I would say, 3 to 5,000 BC, you can see these housing structures already aligned in a very strict north-south direction. So they're very good at, of course, not using this geographical, this magnetic compass, but use the astronomy. So they already use the astronomy to determine the orientations. And of course, they are talking about the configurations, all kind of shapes. It looks its surroundings and analyze its all kinds of shapes. And then you analyze its yin and yang and 5 faces. It's a way to, it's a cosmological thinking. You try to understand using those basic elements and try to arrange it in a time sequence. And then if this is done, you have a world view. You do know how to live in it. So this feng shui, I think, is very, very cosmological. And then these patterns has energy. So that's the ideas behind it. And of course, I also heard Chen Xia and many Liao, Mr. Liao also, we always talk about this Taoist philosophy. I think it's extremely important in the conception of feng shui in ancient China. I'm not, So water nourishes all things without vying for supremacy. So water is extremely important in the feng shui theory. Then, feng shui is not just geographical. It's not just a thing on the earth. It's also in the heaven. So for example, when talking about the sky, the Chinese constellations, we have to know this Sima Qian, who wrote the historical record, who wrote the first book. It's called Tian Guan Shu. It's called a Book of Heavenly Officials. So basically it is depicting the sky, the constellations, as a projection of a human society in the heaven. So when it talk about it, it also mentioned, of course, the waters. For example, there was a star constellation called Jing. Jing is whale. So when you talk about a whale, of course, it's water. And then surrounding all this water, you have many names like lakes, like 4 rivers, like southern river, like the rulers to measure the attitude of the waters, or landscape. Or of course, the Milky Way is also in China is called the Celestial River, and you have also gardens. So you can see a scene in the sky, in the constellation, also this kind of a feng shui. Yeah, this waterscapes. Yeah. So here is a map I reconstructed from the Western Han. Yeah, from the 100 BC, and here you see all these. I mentioned those stars. This Jing is over there. I cannot. It's in the middle. It's a Jing, and then you have all these things related to water. And here is even clearer. Yeah, you see these gardens, and the pet field, and yeah, and on the farmers working on the land, all these kind of scenes is very interesting. Of course, you also see hunting. For example, this bow is hunting, is shooting those wolf. Serious in Western culture, in Greek stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like if you watch the sky, it looks like it's exactly like a bow.
Yeah.
It's shooting these star series, and you can in China when talk about geography, these oldest maps, geographical maps, it shows the waterways very clearly. So that means water is extremely important. And of course, we have also those the imaginary called san, hai, jing, mountain and the sea. It's not about the sea, actually, it's about the rivers. All the rivers from those mountains, and which direction is flowing, what kind of animals and the plants they have. These are local ecological environmental knowledges, which they are talking about, they are imagining about. So these waterscapes also in Feng Shui. And in Feng Shui, I know a friend of mine, he passed away, is Michael Patton. He was from Australia. He translated 5 classics of the Feng Shui. Yeah, so these are listed here. I enjoyed a lot with talking with him before when I was in Philadelphia. Yeah, okay. And talking about inauspicious waterscapes, I just show a few examples, which what makes it auspicious. For example, this water surrounding you, like a jade belt, like a high official, you have a belt like this, and this place, of course, your belly becomes bigger, and you are become richer, you are become more powerful. So that's good. That's an auspicious location. But if water flows like this, you are on this location. Then it's like a knife is cutting through your belly. It's very dangerous. Okay, so that is very basic things. And of course now physically, when water flows this way, this land will increase. But when this land will be rushed away eroded away by the waters. So even geographically, I mean, physically, it's quite correct. That makes sense, right? Why this is auspicious. So in these barriers, you see all kind of classicals, you see all kind of these auspicious shapes, and those others, this other side maybe not so auspicious, particularly like this water just full this left corner, water just rolled away, so you cannot keep qi. So in this thing, you have many combinations of these very basic shapes, and then to determine whether this location is good or not. So that's the idea. For example, I just mentioned in this classical barriers, I think this way, they call it the metal. I just mentioned jade belt. And this second one is also good. And this one, that is because this water is come to the metal. Because metal produce water. So water is good, comes to you. This is auspicious. But that one, the other way around is not good. And this one, the second, not good. And if water comes this way coming, it's not good. It matter. So that makes me think about, for example, the Leshan Dafo, the great Buddha of the Leshan. It's just the Minjiang. The river runs like this, and then this Minjiang comes this way. So this is very auspicious location. So I think the Buddhism, people are very clever when they're choosing this Feng Shui. You see, and Feng Shui, basically, what is I talk about a few examples. For Langzhong, for example, the general Feng Shui, if you have a dragon from those head of the dragon were from high mountains, like the Kunlun Mountain, the Himalaya mountains, and come all the way to your local mountains. That's the most important for you. And then you're on your back, you have a mountain. On this side, you have a green dragon and a white tiger, and in front you have a vermilion, and you have small hills. And before that, you have a river or a pond or lake. It's extremely good. So you see, here is the Langzhong city from the Sichuan province. I have been to that place many times. So the Jialingjiang, the Jialing River runs from the northwest all the way, make this belt. And then Langzhong Shi, the city of Langzhong, exactly in the middle, in the north of this auspicious location. For example, the city of Kunming of Yunnan province. Also, you have the Yunnan is this this in the middle.
Yeah.
You have mountains and you have a dense lake in the front. This is also good, very good for the. So I think the Chinese people, the ancient, they were very clever. I think they're using this kind of feng shui knowledge, theory, to plan for city planning. So it definitely it has a role in the history of science when we talk. So I think it's many things can be done. I think about this feng shui's application. And this is the Yuan Mingyuan garden in Beijing. Of course, you do not have all those mountains, but then they make artificial mountains.
Yeah.
And make the northwest higher, southeast lower, because the Chinese believe the northwest is higher. When the angry god he hit the northwest pillar, so the heaven collapsed. So the earth becomes higher, and all waters flow from the northwest to the east-west. So in this way, this garden also designed like this. So you have this redness is high altitude of the places. So on the north west, it's the highest, and then water all flow to the southeast. So people combine this general picture with the local picture to create an idea feng shui. And another, I'm talking about the city of the Chang'an, of the Han Dynasty. It's a forbidden city. You see, this is also a map from a forbidden city in the sky. You have this walled area, and you have emperors, you have princes, concubines, everything in the city. And on the back, you have this canopia. When the emperor comes out to do the supervision trips. So he crossed the river, and using people driving for him. All this, if you see, this is a way to control the whole country. And you can see the Chang'an. Let me show. Yeah, here it is. You see, this forbidden city. This is the northern Dipper. And then you have the Wei River, like in the Milky Way in heaven. So in this way, well, that's why the Chang'an city is called the northern dip city. Because imitating the dip surrounding the central to make control the four quarters of the country. So that's the application of feng shui. And of course, when you come to local villages, this is a nice place in Anhui province. It's called Hongchun. In the west, you have these mountains and the water flows down. And then in the front, you have this pond. And the people say this place looks like a pool. So it's very forceful, very good. So this, I think when they are planning these cities, people think about feng shui. They're using this feng shui. I talk about my mother tongue, where Liyang, Liyang is in the red point. So people, when they do the planning, of course, I don't know, they make large pictures. Say, to the east, you have this Taihu Lake, and then all the way to the sea. And this Yangtze River, it goes like this. The Liyang is just on that location, so that's a good place. So that's why they produced so many smart people. So I think it is when the city planning, they use this kind of feng shui. So, and of course, finally, I would say feng shui is not just about this geographical thing. It's a creating of a cosmology, the building of a cosmos. It combines stars, mountains, rivers, and plants, and animals, and even their imaginative gods into a system. That makes it a cosmology. And this cosmology is not necessarily universal everywhere the same. Of course, it has a larger picture, but it also to be local, because you see which kind of peaks, which kind of crooks, the creeks should be used in creating a harmonious dwelling place. So I think that makes the observation of nature, how to make harmonious existence with nature, extremely important. I think that's the meaning of feng shui. Even in very old times of Yaodian, people talking about which stars are culminating, which animals how animals are behaving, which quarters you should live, etc. This is a cosmology. So, what is feng shui? Yeah, but I think that's a question should be really asked. Very interesting. I would say, if feng shui is a function of mountains, of waters, of stars, of ecology, phenology, agriculture, crops, soil, even our aesthetical imagination. So waterscape is certainly an essential part of feng shui. And feng shui is a way of thinking about the humans, the relationship between humans and the nature. I think in the future, I'm very grateful for this invitation to be with you to talking about this waterscape. It's extremely inspiring. And thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Comments, question? Yes, John.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fascinating to listen to, and of course I don't know a lot about this in the cultural historical context. So my question is, to what extent is the contemporary mindset of, say, urban planning or landscape management still influenced by these same principles?
Very much, actually.
Very much.
Yeah.
So what would be examples of that? Maybe examples of things that have failed because they failed to take account of the principles, maybe, or major projects that you know have been shaped precisely by the application of these principles.
When they're planning, for example, planning for a 小区, what is it called? A district for people, for habitants, new buildings. They usually comes out feng shui. Yeah. And then when you buy a house, or people buy a house, they also consider feng shui very carefully. Because you do not want your house facing a big road with all the cars coming to you. Or water coming, because that's dangerous. That kind of thing is people, even though people say these are the government or officials, they will say this is superstitious, but people, in a way, they are superstitious. They cannot do things because you cannot solve everything scientifically. And what is science? Science, I think this feng shui is also part of science, only in the disguised manner. So I think I think this they are still using feng shui practically, actually. As I mentioned in my hometown, when they're planning those local小区怎么说啊?
Gated community.
Okay. Communities.
Gated.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So that leads to the obvious follow-up question. So it works at two levels. It works in terms of common sense, folk knowledge, and at the same time, there's a sophisticated body of knowledge, which can be written down and formalized. How and there are experts.
There are experts.
How is the connection between the common sense and the expertise? How does that work?
Common sense, usually people think if you look to a place, you can feel it. Most people can feel it. You feel whether you make you comfortable or not. Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to say. People, but when the technicals, those people, they have all kind of analysis of 5 elements or 5 phases, or even they have ways to correct the feng shui. If something wrong, they will say build something there or put some furniture over there to make it more auspicious. So that's those technicians of feng shui do.
I was wondering, you talk about the natural elements,
Mhm.
the mountains, the rivers, and the valleys, and the wind, and so on and so forth. But can human elements make any difference to feng shui? In other words, can you create good?
Yes, you can. That's
you
just the way
create
you
good
can
feng shui?
correct, you can
And,
change,
you know,
modify it.
if you are a good person, that is, in terms of feng shui, I don't know
Yeah.
whether or not a human being has good feng shui or bad feng shui, but can you influence the feng shui in a certain place? This kind of merging between the humans and the natural surroundings, is it possible? That's the first question. The second question is quite simple. I have an apartment.
Mhm.
Okay. And it's somewhere, this slope going down,
Okay.
and then it comes down to my apartment block, and then it keeps on going,
Okay.
and that's coming this way, and then there's another row. I guess it would be water if it rains,
Yeah.
coming down, but not directly, crushing the apartment block. Would that be good feng shui? This is so good. Otherwise, I would have
I'm not
to
a feng shui
sell this
practitioner,
apartment.
but I think that according to all these theories, it's possible, always possible to manipulate. Yeah, you maybe make a guiding wall, let the water flow other way. That kind of, you make it, put the pagoda, in the city. Sometimes some cities they say this feng shui is not good. Is overcome by other cities. Then they build a higher building like like Quanzhou and Xiamen. They're doing these things. Yeah, I think a lot of such things were practiced in old times. Still, people do not. Maybe the government was forbidding feng shui officially, but actually in practice, people are all talking about the feng shui all the time. Yeah. It's
Interesting.
There are actually ways to fix.
Yeah,
the bad
ways
feng
to
shui.
fix. That's the word.
For instance, the common sense understanding is that you don't want a road just running into your apartment, right? But you can, for instance, that's the kind of very common way of trying to fix the situation, which is hang a mirror.
Okay.
Facing the road, and then you bounce everything back.
In my office there's this row, this dean, whose door actually is, facing this corridor. The corridor just runs straight towards the door. That's why she put in two stone lions, some small ones, and then plant something in there. So that would sort of block the bad feng shui.
Yes.
There are always
There are many ways to fix it, but I'm not a practitioner. I just they have the principles and
on the other hand, people usually live according to some kind of very commonsensical feng shui ideas. But when you go to experts, they always have different ways of evaluating the situation. They can turn things around, saying that, oh no, this is actually good because of these very subtle, reasons.
I think when we do archaeological studies or city planning studies, this feng shui we should definitely use. Feng shui was definitely a part of the discourse when they make decisions. And this we can use it to do analysis of those sites to see how it was practiced, how it influenced all these kind of things. I think that's a very interesting topic for study history of ancient science. That's what I learned from this conference. So
Do I have time for one?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very rich talk. It seems to me that there are two competing narratives in your talk. One is that you have the human center, that somehow the sky, the cosmology, mimic the imperial project, right? So anything that is created as feng shui or good feng shui we create a certain kind of harmony or order for the imperial subject or the human subject. The other one is the 5 element, which become relational network, generating each other, 相生 and then 相克, right? So those two competing narratives, how is it represented in the actual practice of feng shui? So for instance, if you build your feng shui, then you may, for your well-being of your household, you may influence or destroy other people's feng shui, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's a bit political.
You have a human subject and you have an imperial subject here, but at the same time you have that relational network that you have to maintain.
Yeah,
how does this can be,
I get the question,
this can be negotiated?
These two narratives, I would say it's not necessarily contradictory. They're complementary because by the imitating the earth, the empire, projecting the empire into the sky, you build a connection between heaven and the earth. In this way, all happenings have a background. Like you're playing, you have set the stage, have the background. Otherwise, those movement of stars has no meaning. So that's a way to create an interactional system, a corresponding system. In this way, you can talk about harmonious existence between man and heaven. So these star configurations are very essential actually in building this kind of a cosmological system.
Right, but it's always human projection.
It's a human projection.
Yeah, and then onto that cosmology, onto that galaxy.
But when it's solidified, then people begin thinking that these patterns in the sky influence Earth. So it's a developing process. It's a mutual influence.
Okay, how about the other part? Can we consider 5 element as a kind of relational network that it will be self-regulated without human at the center? Is it possible to do that in terms of feng shui?
Yeah, they can regulate it. If it's good, the relation is auspicious. You just let it go its way. But if you think it's inauspicious, something wrong, you can interfere. Human beings can interfere. I don't know exactly how, but because I'm not really getting into this very long. Only for this conference. Before that, I didn't do much on feng shui. Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions? No? Yes?
Thank you very much, Joshua. This was very, very interesting. All the time I was listening to you and I was trying to find references elsewhere. And strangely enough, if you look at prehistoric communities in rock arts, the representation of water is almost absent. The water is only represented when there is scarcity of water. If there is scarcity of water, yes. Water is present, for example, in mobile objects, in ceramics, in decoration, but not in something that will define every. However, when we study the display of sites, they follow they clearly follow some regular patterns of obedience, or whatever you want to call it, which are not necessarily, of course, feng shui, but probably there is an old approach to try to find some kind of harmony, some kind of balance. And in archaeology, we always look at the technical side, so vicinity of raw materials, and so on and so forth. However, for example, we know churches are oriented to the east because in churches in Europe, because they are oriented to Jerusalem, right? But in fact, all the burials are oriented to the east, to the sunrise, since the earliest times in history. So it's related to the sun. It's not related to Jerusalem. Another thing we have observed in many contexts, which is a relatively recent research, last 15 years, maybe 15 years, is sound. Sound. And growingly, we are finding that in many contexts, the location of certain sites is exactly the best spots, for example, for echo, which no one thought about before. But if we think of traditional communities, again, propagation of sound would be very important, because they didn't have cell phones or whatever. So this kind of, it's not feng shui, but I was thinking, you have this, and maybe in the end, other cultural traditions might have similar things, not exactly the same.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. I think it's the local, local people, in the surrounding, they always build up a kind of the local cosmology. So when they see these mountain peaks, rivers, or fountains, or animals, they try to make it a seasonal or something, a local cosmos. So that's I get some new understanding of there's one scholar from Ming Dynasty say the Hu Yanwu said before 3 dynasties everybody knows astronomy. Formerly we say everybody knows the universal knowledge of astronomy, but it's not true. Everybody are building his own astronomy, his own cosmology according to their local circumstances, local environment. Right. In that way, I think maybe it's better to understand the ancient times, how ancient times manipulate, use the environment to make homes for themselves. That's, I think, archaeologically maybe interesting, because we have in China now there's so many sites. People do not talk very much about this feng shui thing, because they think this is pseudoscience, unscientific. But there are scientific elements in it, at least. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's just do a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we reconvene at 3:30. Okay?
3:30.
Yes. No, 3:45. Sorry.
Okay, so we are approaching the end. Okay. So we'll have the two last presentations, Louise Oosterbeck and Li Shihung. And afterwards we'll close, so around 5 we will have a small closing ceremony where the person that authorized all these will say some words, which is my dean, so I'm associate dean, so he's my boss, okay? He will come here just to say a few words, and then we have the certificates of participation to give you also, and then we close the session. Okay, so Luis, you have 40 minutes, including questions and answers. We'll have
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right. Pour changer, il faut parler avec ça. C'est celui-là, c'est ça? Okay. So my hope, the tribulation is the experience I'm having of talking here, distance from the slides. The hope is that I will be able to read them anyway, despite the distance. I'm bringing a certain number of reflections, and a little bit like Sebastian, also building on what I presented last year. Last year was about education. And my interest is this, because I'm not a sinologist, I know very little about Chinese cultures, but I'm very much interested about what moves humans, and I'm much more interested about the similarities across humans than about the differences. The differences are of course, very interesting. But I look at this like, it's like when you look at flowers. If you look at each flower, the flower is very beautiful.
Yeah.
But if you look at a bouquet, there's a qualitative difference. And last year I came growingly, also already 2 years ago, on the issue of painting. I'm finding too many similarities between Mediterranean and Chinese traditions. And this is fantastic. And it's fantastic, among other things, because this is not the general perception. The perception is that it's very different. Okay, so of course the topic is waterscapes, and I will go back to that, and I will go also to the issue of water management, because this is relevant. Now, first let me explain how I use the word landscape. I think a landscape is a construct, it's an intellectual construct, structured through agency and perception. A landscape is not the reality, it's a perception of the reality that excludes as different and as dangerous or wild anything that is insufficiently understood. So, of course, there are very few things today in the planet that, if any, that are not part of landscapes, because we have anthropicized almost everything. But a landscape, in the end, it's our image projected in other things, it's not the other things. Going to, I think it was you, Sebastian, talking about domestic animals. People love their domestic animals because they have domesticated them. So they became a sort of humans. Now, landscapes tend to build primarily on the characterization of an anthropic, so meaning in a sense of non-wild space, which includes natural features that are cognitively appropriated. So a landscape can be a photography, can be a realistic painting as long as the lens, in that case, the space has already been anthropicized. And I think waterscapes, for that matter, are landscapes in terms of concept, but water is another matter. But in terms of the concept, I will use it the same way. Now, I would start, I think there are two important dimensions in landscapes and in waterscapes, if you wish. The first one is appropriation. This text says that this charming landscape that I saw this morning is certainly composed of 20 or 30 farms. The field belongs to a miller, this one to a lock, this woods in the neighborhood belongs to a woodland. But what does not belong to any of those is the landscape. But the way to read this text would be to say, what doesn't belong to any of those is actually my sight, my gaze. So I see the landscape, I project values into it, and it becomes mine. So appropriation is one dimension. The other dimension is meaning. And I quote here a Chinese text from about 1,000 years ago. Appearance can be achieved by spiritless forms, but when truth is achieved, spirit and substance are both fully expressed. Whoever attempts to express the spirit through ornamental beauty will make dead things. And again, landscapes are not about dead things. They are about living things. And they are not about portraits, about representations, not even about memories, unless in the sense of memories that shape the future. So landscapes are a vision, an insight into the future. They are anchors for foresight and for utopia. And of course, in this context, agency is very important because it is the performance, as Tim Ingold would say, that the performance in doing things, in building things, that makes the landscape be part of my own system of meanings, of beliefs, and so on. It's interesting that, well, first, if we go to water management, water, not in the sense of water for drinking and so on, but the oceans, the big water, was not an issue for humans for most part of the time. So before the Holocene, there are no records of occupations that, of course, people would live near rivers because they needed water to drink. But the reference was always the land. It was not the sea. Some cases because, of course, they could not swim and it was too dangerous. In other occasions, because they had no access. For example, a large part of Europe, in the end of the Ice Age, the shore was about 120 meters below the current sea level, and it was a cliff, like in parts of southern England, so you couldn't get there. There are exceptions, of course. Some processes of colonization, for example, of Australia, people sailed. They sailed about 60 to 7,000 years ago for at least 500 kilometers. But these are exceptions, and to be very honest, even in those cases, I don't know of representations of the sea. The earliest representations that relate to water, the landscapes of water, are boats. This is why I've put these three pictures together. This peaceful, harmonious Chinese painting, which it has a depiction, as in many paintings in China for over 2,000 years, have this representation of water. But water, I would argue, in this sense that I'm talking about, is not necessarily the representation of water, it's a symbol, it's a meaning. And the normal representation in most traditions is boats, because again, boats is our performance, it's us. But in a sense, you will probably tell me something different, but my reading as a non-Chinese would be that the mountain and the water is again me. It's not about the mountain and the water, it's about my values. So with a tradition that decided to represent them like that. But here you have, of course, what is interesting is that the beginning of the Holocene in many parts of the planet is marked by a severe presence of massive water flows because of deglaciation. And so you have the floods, and you have myths related to that with the deluge, from the Veda to the Bible. You have in different traditions, you have this kind of myths in oral literature and later on in texts, but you don't have them in paintings, which is interesting. In paintings, in pictorial representations, you only have both. As if in the end what is important is my action and not whatever happens around. When we went to, these are very bad photographies, I'm sorry because I took them in the museum, but I was very attentive going again to the Guimet Museum, searching for waterscapes, and there are none. Because of course you have in Chinese paintings sometimes the rivers, the mountain and river, but the rivers, John, the rivers are channels. The rivers as depicted are systematically, because John mentioned in his first keynote that the river is not a channel because it's some free living body. But the rivers that are depicted in these earlier Chinese representations, the water represented either is still water or it is a channeled river. So it's interesting because in both cases they are impossibilities, or to become possible they must be tamed by humans. In the museum the only representation of the sea that we can hardly see it is in this furniture thing. It's already 17th century, but also in the West, also in Europe, that's when the sea starts to be represented. So, for the rest, fish, okay, the fish are contained, and that's basically it. When we come to representations of the sea, we do have also in the Western traditions what you would call harmonious representations. But of course, in Turner and others, you have this apparently wild sea. But even in this case, I would argue that yes, it's danger that is portrayed, but in fact, beyond danger is the capacity of humans to tame even the wild sea. So it's no longer... the whole approach is... for example, in the Portuguese literature tradition, you have the discovery of the maritime road by Cape Town, right? And the Cape was had a name which was the Turmoil Cape, the dangerous, and beyond the Cape you would die. So because beyond the Cape there was a monster that would destroy and kill everyone. And then when they finally go across, they change the name and it becomes the Cape of Good Hope. And that's when it will be represented, because before that, the Cape and what was there was represented by actually an invented monster, which was an animal. It was not water. Water comes when it is domesticated, and it's still water. It's not difficult. So it's about taming waters. We have very many examples here, because of course water is fundamental for the survival of humans and other species, but particularly of humans. And this is, of course, if you look archaeologically, you will find all the time important connections with water sources. And they will become later on also in many cultural traditions relevant
ideological, symbolically. Here you have different examples from dams. In Iran, in the center, you have a cenote, which were sacred wells of the Mayas in Mexico, in Yucatan. You have a sacred well in Sardinia, below to the left, from the Iron Age, and you have on top spring, because as some of you know, I always make propaganda of Masson, which is where we have our center, and I like the village a lot. And that's a waterfall which sits under a rock shelter with rock art. So the rock art was done associated to the waterfall. So we do have these things, but we don't have the representations. And then we have major hydraulic works in many civilizations. This has been crucial in all pre-classic and even later cultural contexts, to the point that in economic history, some authors following Marx thought of a specific Asian mode of production which would be made starting from Egypt, would be based not on slavery primarily, but on doing these hydraulic works. But these major hydraulic works with dams and so on are about channeling the waters. And when you, again, once you have that, you have depictions of water. You find that, for example, in Egypt. Now, another thing I was looking at, and I mentioned it during the discussions this week, is I think words are very important. In Europe, I won't go into that, we have different words, and they mean different things. Landscape and Landschaft are one thing, paysage is slightly different, but in any case, the various Western words to refer to what this kind of thing, kind of approach, of image, they are morphological. The concept is structured around the shape, and it's in that sense very technical. We could say less emotional, and because of that, of course, all the landscapes, all the perceptions embed ethics and aesthetics. I was also interested in how do these two dimensions of, in the end, the same thing, which is the meaning and the values and the shape of the values and meaning, which is aesthetics. How do they balance? The reading I do is that a morphological understanding of landscape tends to privilege the aesthetics, which is a little bit the evolution of our Western societies. Not that ethics is not important, but if we compare the value we assign to even in ministries of culture, for example, even in the value assigned to aesthetics is very, very high, much higher than ethics. Because the kind of landscape, although the landscape is about appropriation and meaning, it's strongly anchored in things. So the European landscapes, even if they are not photographing the reality, they are creating a landscape. But it is a landscape structured through things, and therefore the landscapes are all different, because it is the choice of the things selected by the painter. Whereas in the Chinese tradition, as far as I could understand this moment, there are several pairs of concepts. The most important is mountain and water, and it's mountain and water. So the choice of the painter is not which things he puts in the painting, is how he will paint the mountains and the water. So it's a completely different thing. Shan Shui, which is an anatomical, performative, definition of the concept, in my view, tends to privilege not the things but the values, and therefore the investments of the artists in the selection of what he will do is more in this dimension than on the other. I would also argue that an approach that is anchored in shape and aesthetics will look to aspire to perfection through segregated spaces, because you will achieve perfection of painting very well this thing or that thing, this space, the urban space, the countryside, the seascape, and so on. But if you are more focused into values, the aspiration is not that much that, although of course it is important for any artist, the aesthetical side and so on are important, but it is harmony, because in the end it is about the balance. So the focus would be there, and how to build agency into a landscape in which humans are supposed to go along and not to determine. Despite these differences, I would say, and I'm getting to the end, there are several convergences. I point three here. The first one is on education, because the arts in general, perceptions of landscape will be very important in promoting the cultural cohesion of communities. So creating a similar approach to things. So the first thing is this: an education towards domestication. Oh, it disappeared. I did something wrong.
It's me.
Oh, okay. No, the previous one, please. Ah, c'était moi. C'est comme ça. Okay. So so the first one is education, in the sense that there is a certain coherence in the representation of landscapes in each moment to structure a similar understanding of what is around. And I would say this is common to both networks, cultural networks. I prefer not to call them traditions, because I think there are several, certainly several European traditions and likely several Chinese traditions. Yeah. It's too many people to have just one tradition. But a second idea is transformation. And I took this text, which is a very interesting text. I was reading manuals of painting in China, and one of the ideas is this clear notion that in the past it was different. I think I made a comment on that during this week. The notion that the difference is structured through time and not through space, which is again a difference in relation to Europe, where the contradiction is expressed synchronously in space. But of course, the pictorial representations of waterscapes and landscapes convey this notion of transformation in any case, which is very important for a society, for foresight. If you understand that things can be different or were different, then you can also accept the possibility of doing something different in the future. And the third one is globalization. In the European tradition, we will need to wait to the Impressionists to actually start to find a notion of landscape that is very close to the Chinese. In Monet, that was already shown this week, I can't remember who showed it, but I remember seeing exactly this painting in one of the first presentations. But also Cézanne, the notion of landscape is no longer 17th, 18th century notion of it is exactly, no, not exactly, but it's very close to this idea that you go to nature, you meditate, and after meditating a lot, all the time on the same thing, Cézanne, for example, was all the time looking at the same object and the fields around his house, all the time. Monet did the same thing at a certain stage. This, I would say, it's very close to this Chinese idea of painting the mountain and the water after an effort of capturing the essence of it. And I don't know how do you
Sorry,
put this?
I lost it. There you go.
Okay. And I think I still have. And so I would say to finish. Sorry, because my paper is a very dyslexic paper. It's more reflections than a coherent thing. But globalization is interesting, and I think Impressionism is important. Why? It shows that the unification of the social economic processes and the multicultural experiences of a growing number of people in the planet, in the end, started to merge different cultural traditions, not only European and Chinese, others as well. And this makes all of them become a little bit closer to each other. Saying this, today we have a focus, an attention on the oceans, which we didn't in the past. And the question is why? Why do we have this? And why have we started to paint oceans more and more since the 18th and particularly the 19th century and then in the 20th century? Well, for the bad reasons, I would say. Because we started to exploit the oceans in a more systematic way. And we have now the decade of the oceans because we see it as a resource. So the big challenge is what kind of landscape will be depicted, because this will have an influence in the mindset of people. It could be a new commodity, but it can also be a focus of an eco-centered landscape. And because I like propaganda, for those of you who wish to come to Mação in Portugal in March, Afaleia will be having discussions which are not exactly on this, but they are about imagination in landscaping and how, again, the power of imagination can have an influence on human agency. So, end of publicity. Thank you very much.
Once again, questions, comments?
It's very inspiring when I saw that beyond imagination and the building of utopias. The sentence makes me think of Monet's paintings. What the reason is that? You know, it's really beyond imagination, and it's a kind of painting of a paradise in the mind. And with the merging of water, you know, with this kind, with plants, water actually is something that, you know, more than just an element in nature, but it also nourishes, also gives life. So I think that's a very interesting observation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, although I think that also in Monet, nature is nature. So it's a completely anthropic understanding of the environment.
Yeah.
Although I say this, I also like Monet a lot. Anyone else?
Yeah, just a question. I don't think it contradicts anything you said, but it's interesting that one of the most painted seas on the planet is the North Sea, because of the Flemish tradition in particular, which is quite early.
Yeah.
And the Flemish tradition typically involves boats, storms, light, clouds. It involves a vision, as you say, of a partly wild, partly tamed waterscape that is defined from the very beginning as a place of commerce and exploration. It's already. My question is, does that in any way add a nuance to what you said?
No, I think it does. I should have used that. I think it's very important what you said. Then again, it is in the north of Europe that the real logic of globalization starts. It's not in the south.
Yep.
Because the south built the roads, but Portugal and Spain were too medieval in mindset to actually do what then the Dutch, the English, and so on did. And so, yeah, it's a very good observation. But in Flemish painting, again, you don't paint nature. You paint the conquer of nature by man. And so it's very important to demonstrate that there are thunders, or that you can die. But you die, but in the end we win. We sacrifice some pawns, but we will prevail.
That's very nicely put, actually.
Yeah, I think Jacob.
That was the question of universalism, because you emphasized you were going for universal features in landscape painting. What would you say? How would you describe these features
Today?
In today, yes.
Well,
and maybe also because you normally you have this idea that there was very different developments with regard to anthropology and also with regard to the human mind and subjectivity and so
you mean in different...
the European and the Chinese or the Asiatic tradition. So it would be interesting to see what were the universals between these traditions, or would the traditions remain different with regard to the concept of how to make a landscape appear.
In terms of the traditions, I would say this. Of course, in detail there are always lots of differences, but in broad terms, I think it applies to the Mediterranean traditions as it applies to Chinese traditions, but it can also be observed in traditional societies to the extent we know to prehistoric societies, is always a combination of two things: very strict rules and a tremendous flexibility, which yesterday I was talking, I can't remember with whom, maybe you, Sebastian, that in the Greek tradition, flexibility is Sophocles, which is basically the guy that comes in to say, yes, follow all the rules, but except if you don't. And Taoism, to a certain extent, is this. You were saying, Sebastian, that on your argument that you were not making a statement against Confucius. In the end, as a non-Chinese person, I would say you couldn't have Taoism without Confucius, or you could, but then you would not have China, because you need a discipline to build. And then if it's only about discipline, it will collapse because it will break. So the whole Chinese tradition, bamboo and these kind of things, is so we find this traditional society is very, very repressive because it's too dangerous to invent. But then whenever someone invents or does something else, there is a tremendous tolerance. So because experimentation needs to be done. So I think structurally they're not so different. Again, also in what concerns Europe and China, Asia at large, they were always very much interconnected. We know about the Silk Roads. The Silk Roads were the traders, which were among the best intellectuals in all the periods of time, the most multicultural people. Our big drama is that there is no research in Central Asia. There's almost no research, so we know very little about what really happened in crucial areas of this interaction. Having said this, the differences are still very important, but the globalization, little by little, has augmented the number of people that started to visit the other places. So there's a kind of a fusion. So there's a, and it doesn't mean that each author or people in general will think like that. But we see it in food, we see it in clothes, and of course we see it in ideas. So if I would make a very risky step, I would also argue that we have reached that level already in the 19th century. And the 20th century, to a certain level, combines on one hand a certain number of people that try to keep the globalistic, intercultural, whatever you want to call it, holistic approach, but then the way the arts are expressing themselves as new is very much individualistic. It's growingly individualistic, I would say less interesting from a social perspective, and maybe impactful at the short term, but I doubt very much that most of the art of the 20th century will survive, because it doesn't connect with the rest of society. And so I remember last time, I think it was last time I was in Anchan University. I visited with Desmond Huy an exhibition of your students of arts. And there was an exhibition. And it was very interesting because all except one of the art, they were basically doing painting or constructions and so on, all of them were very depressive. They were about suicide, and I saw this and I thought, this is not society. This is a minority of people in a bubble that are complaining about life because life is very difficult. The absolute majority of society is not here. And you have moments when artists are capable of strongly connecting with society and moments where they cannot. I think we are growingly in a period, they're not worse artists because of that, but the connection is not there. Also in Africa, for example, when I see some artists which are extraordinary, but they are only African in the sense that they use some colors of Africa and in the sense that they were born and live there. But they are more Europeans than me, probably, because they are focused in the art market. They go to Sotheby's and Christie's, and they live in this life which is not the life of Africans. So this again, I think, is one of the reasons why the relevance of artists in our society is much lesser than it was in moments of the past, including the first half of the 20th century.
Yes. Yes, go on.
Is it me? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your presentation is really very pleasing in spirit. But I would like to, focus on the very ending. So if today our ethical challenge is about how we conceive of how we view ocean as a new commodity, the answer should be no, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
This is why
okay. And then you have or, so this is either or, right? If I were, expressing myself, then I wouldn't choose the first one.
Yeah,
so,
nor would I.
No, okay. Then the second one, as a new eco-centered landscape, I wouldn't choose this one either. Because ocean is not landscape. When you say ocean is landscape, meaning you are land-based, right? So if you really want to look at ocean, Flemish, probably, Oceanician, Oceania, Polynesian, maybe, right? So it becomes pathway.
I understand what
you see what I'm trying to say? So if we would like to look at ocean, then we really look at ocean, not metaphorically. And of course, in representation, I can tell, right, because of this continental or land-based gaze, it's really difficult to see the seascape. And the sea or the ocean or the water is part of the landscape, right? Is that what
No,
I might
in that
have
sense,
misunderstood
in that
you?
sense, I used landscape here in the general sense I used in the beginning,
Right.
which includes waterscapes.
Right.
And of course, the landscapes of today,
Right.
I would say, are much more made of water than of land.
Mhm.
So waterscapes, in a sense, for me, are the landscapes of today.
Okay, so this
So
is...
it's in that sense that I didn't even think, I wrote it because this is the way I think.
Right.
Thank you very much for the observation because, yeah, I could have written waterscape.
But then, in Chinese, we always say landscaping pictures are 山水画 means mountain and water
Yeah.
painting.
No.
So that includes everything, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the positioning,
But
right?
I think the concept, the Chinese concept, is much more robust than the various Western concepts. But I say ethical because an ethical choice is not about right or wrong.
Right, no.
It's about choosing.
Yeah, about
and
judgment
responsibility,
and choice.
engagement.
Right. Yes.
And so if I would choose, if I were to decide, but the first thing is I wouldn't like to decide alone, but if I were to decide, I would vote for option 2 with your upgrading. But I would not judge those who opt for the first.
No.
This is very important because any of the two choices will imply suffering for many people. This is very clear. The option for looking at the ocean as a new commodity is better in the short term. And I think many of the choices that have been done throughout the 20th century, even before, but particularly the 20th century, they were done for the good reasons. So why do we have a chaotic financial system? Because there were too many poor people. People don't remember now, but in the 1970s, the early 1970s, the unemployment, the poverty was appalling. So some people came with this fantastic idea. We only have a $20 bill, and printing more bills, it's not the solution because it will lose value. But because I talk about archaeology and Pasquale talks about economics, I need some lecture on economics, so I pay him with my $20. And because he wants you to talk about oceans, he will pay you $20. And because you want Nuno to guarantee a good dinner for us, I need $20. And because Nuno wants to get rid of me, he will pay me $20. It's always the same $20. This is the economy for the last 50 years. And of course now we are eating the end of the story. It's impossible to continue. But it's a pyramid scheme. But it was, you can always say some people did it in a bad intention, but in general, this is exactly what promoted the so-called middle classes, alleviated poverty in many places, from Europe to China. So, should we stop it? We need to stop it. If we stop it like that, we will have again, we are having again, more poverty. So, choice number 1 is not necessarily wrong. I would say it's not the most clever because in the mid-long term, it will be a worse disaster. But others would say, but are you sure there will be anyone around in the mid-long term? That's what the Aborigines in Australia would say, not necessarily bank owners. They would say, why should we have savings in the banks? I'm telling now something that was actually told by Aborigines.
to people. I know you also know Claire Smith from one, and she is sister in blood of some Aboriginal communities, and she was trying to convince Aborigines family to save a little bit of money and resources for times of scarcity, and the answer was, but have you ever been hunger, or have you ever been without food in your life? And she said, no. So why do you have a strategy for when there will be no food? I will never understand you, the white people, because you always decide upon things that you have never experienced and you will never experience. And then he turned to the husband of Claire and he said, Jacko, I know you for decades, and you had this beautiful long hair when you came from the United States. And then you cutted your hair, and I asked why, and you said, because it's falling. And so, in order for you not to be bold, you decided to be bold before you would, because you cutted your hair, you became artificially bold. So, I think we have room for conversation. There are more options, of course, than these two.
Yeah.
But one basic thing is not to judge. It's not a conversation of good and bad people.
Choice.
Even in extreme cases, now to eventually shock someone here in this room, we will only judge what's happening in Gaza maybe in 100 years' time. Because the history is full of bandits and morons that in the end led to good results. So it's too early. Would I be on the side of the gentleman I'm referring to? Certainly not. But maybe I'm wrong.
We have to finish.
I was going to say
Goodbye.
something.
You want to say something? You want to say something on behalf of the
20 minutes, it's just that we are 20 minutes behind time already. So
what I have to say is incredibly interesting.
Yeah.
No, go on.
It's the connection between what's on the screen now and everything you've been saying.
Yes.
Which is a dimension of oceans that you didn't mention and which we haven't mentioned, which is the idea of oceans as a place to live in.
Yeah.
And there's enormous investment, both imaginative and economic, in the development of two kinds of ocean living that are actually radically new. One is underwater architecture. And you can easily check this. There are many international prizes for the design of underwater architecture. In other words, an imagination of landscaping the ocean in completely different ways from what we've inherited from our traditions. And the other, promoted in particular by people who regard taxation as a bad thing, is the creation of floating permanent living, designed to allow rich people to live forever in international waters so they never pay tax. And this is not a joke. It's a serious project backed by massive amounts of Californian money to create essentially non-territorial states.
Underwater.
No, on water.
On water.
Okay, in this case, on water. In other words, basically massive cruise ships that will float forever in international waters, escaping all forms of taxation, and redefining the ocean as a literal landscape. And what's interesting about these things is not so much whether they will happen or not so much whether they are viable or desirable, but precisely that there is a new imaginary of the ocean, which of course is about pushing the frontiers of control. We have traditionally drawn them in a certain way because the ocean, even the partly tamed ocean, was still dangerous. Now we see potentially the ocean as safe, and we associate the ocean with outer space because many of the architectural techniques for designing these kinds of habitats are the same as the architectural and engineering techniques to deal with outer space living.
Yeah. It's very interesting what you say.
That deserves a presentation in that conference, right?
You just come and deliver it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So John, if you want to know, John will be there. So come over to the
Okay, now, Li Xin-Hung.
I need microphone. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm Qiong from National Taiwan University. I'm very honored to be the first young fellow of CIPSH. So I have the chance to join this great conference in Paris. Before starting my presentation, I would like to take a moment to thank Professor Ruiz, Professor Nuno, Professor Xiongbi and Sebastian. Thank all of you kindly offer me much support in preparing for this event. The theme of this conference, Waterscape Management, Chinese and Global Humanities Perspectives, is highly important today as we face the challenges of global warming and climate change. The ways we manage natural water resources and how we efficiently assess sensible and harmonious relationship between the human society and the natural environment have become pressing issue globally. In this context, my presentation today is titled Water State of Hangzhou, the Wuyue Kingdom and the Asian Maritime World in Global Perspective. This topic built on my ongoing research at institutions including NTU, Academia Sinica, the University of Tokyo, and Kyoto University. My work focused on how Buddhism and kinship in East Asia shape cultural practice and representations, and how material culture and spatial arrangements continue to affect the ways we understand and imagine Chinese cultural heritage today. Paris is a beautiful city, where the Seine River has long shaped its cultural and religious landscape. In many ways, Hangzhou in China can be seen as a parallel case. During the 10th century, under the rule of Wuyue Kingdom, Hangzhou developed its identity as China's water metropolis, with its natural and religious landscapes deeply connected to political authority. In my talk today, I will use Hangzhou as a case study to explore how the Wuyue coast employ a religion in shaping discourses of kinship, and how sacred objects, monuments, and ritual transform the city's landscape. Through this example, I aim to show how Buddhism not only affects Chinese kinship, but also left a lasting impact on water management, cultural landscapes, and urban imaginations across East Asia. After the collapse of the Tang Empire, the Wuyue Empire Kingdom emerged in southern eastern China. Scholars in both China and Japan have often described it as a regional power built on military strength, commerce, and kingship ties. But this was also a time when Buddhism, Taoism, and local religion traditions were very popular. More recently, scholars have begun to see religion not just a cultural background, but the key resources for recognizing political power in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. That means the 10th century, from the 9th to the 10th century. At the same time, we are now rethinking Hangzhou's place in history from a broader, even global perspective. In my talk today, I want to focus on 3 points. First, how the Wuyue rulers understood and managed the water environment of Hangzhou. Second, how they used water management to build Hangzhou into a major capital city connect to the Asian maritime world. And the last, how religion and ritual practice have shared the culture and urban landscape of the city. Okay, this is a map. Here you can see a map across regional exchanges across Eurasia, created by Professor Seo Tasiko. He's my advisor in Japan, very outstanding scholar in the world, I think. Buddhism, as we know, started in India and spread to East Asia through both island routes and maritime networks. On this map, you can see the cities like Jiankang and Ningpo, which become the key hubs in the transformation of Buddhism to Korea and Japan. The focus on my talk today, Hangzhou under the Wuyue Kingdom, was right at the center of this route. This is Hangzhou. Okay, I think this is another very important map. This map proposed by Seo Tasiko Sensei, Professor Seo Tasiko, showing the agricultural pastoral frontier. Both Chang'an, the capital Tang Empire, and the sacred site of Mountain Wutai in Shanxi Province are located within this frontier zone, this area. Here in orange. After the collapse of Tang Empire, Professor Seo has argued that the period from the Tang to the Song represents a transmission from Great China, 大中国, to Small China, 小中国, during which commercial activities. This map provides us with a very important historical background for understanding how Hangzhou, moving from the Tang Empire into the Wuyue Kingdom, undergo new transformations. I think in these 20 years, scholars who have studied Wuyue's relations with Buddhism and Taoism, building on their remarkable work, I take a different angle. How the Wuyue cult itself engaged in shaping the political and religious of its capital, and what tools it used to create its ideal landscape. Through these changes, I want to highlight the religious character of Southern kingship during the Tang-Song transition, and how religion shaped idea of territory and worldview. This relic we can see the Gimei Museum. It's quite simple. It's quite similar. Okay. In my dissertation, then the construction and the display of Buddhist kingship in East Asia in 7th and 9th century, I studied how manuscript texts, sacred objects, and ritual space share the Buddhist kingship in East Asia. Building on recent scholarship on sacred space, here I look at how the Wuyue cult used local religious resources to redefine kingship, how Hangzhou has built it as a sacred space of the royal power, and how its water environment and the cultural images also be understood from a global historical viewpoint. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms from the 9th to the 10th century, legitimacy often explained through Confucian ideology and the Chinese emperor system, 皇帝制度. But the Wuyue cult also relied on Buddhism and Taoism. Its founder, Qian Liu, rose from a humble origin as a salt merchant to military leader, very low social status. He linked officious omens with Buddhism. For example, the Linzhen Temple and the Daqian Temple were established after the discovery of exploring objects, turning them into religious sites and commemorate through the temple building. In addition to what I've mentioned, Buddhism relic in the Wuyue control region also serve as very important resources, cultural resources, I think. For example, the discovery of relics associated with the Southern Dynasty's master Fu Dashi, like stand in Christian, in traditional Christian, I think. And the transformation into new images contribute to reinforcing the authority of the religious standing of the Wu Yue kings. Of course, scholars have long emphasized the special role of the relics at Siming Ashoka Temple. Later, Nanta Temple emerged as one of the most important state temples in the Wu Yue capital, close tied to the royal court. Nanta Temple was located to the south of Wu Yue Palace. In addition to the housing relics of the Ashoka Temple, it also contained a sacred well with protective ears, the sacred animals. This eel became a powerful symbol in Wu Yue, and this in the Song and the Ming period as well, associated with prayers for rain and protection against droughts. During the reign of the Qianchu, Nanta Temple first developed into a site of offerings and communal service dedicated to past kings. The temple hosts both statues of the Wu Yue rulers. The practice of venerating the image of royal donors within the temple finds a parallel in Japan. We can see the last case in Japan, especially in Kyoto. Okay. In Wu Yue, the only pillars in Chinese we call Jingchuang was built. They function both as religious monuments and symbols of royal authorities. Here we can see the two that once stood at Nanta Temple. This is called Jingchuang. It's two. You can see these pictures. Under Qianliu, Buddhism gained strong royal support, partly in reaction to the later Zhou's Buddhist destruction in 955. These pillars and temples become visual objects of kingship, and their inscription helps strengthen Wu Yue's political religious authority, I think. Plays a very important visual media. In fact, already during the reign of Qianliu, deliberate efforts were made to manage Hangzhou's waterways, a topic on which previous scholarship has provided many valuable insights. What I want to emphasize, however, is that Hangzhou was not only a key city on the Grand Canal in China, but also a very important hub for maritime trade across all Asia. Within the city, West Lake, Xihu, became a sacred site where almost every Wu Yue ruler performed the Taoist rituals. Archaeological discoveries have yielded numerous ritual objects, including dragon offering ritual, Toulong. This is the objects to do these rituals. The religious beliefs of the Wu Yue elite were very complex. They seem to have embraced both Taoism and Buddhism, setting what might be described as a dual worldview. It's very important. These rituals, I suggest, endow the Wu Yue king with a distinct role, a sacred role, position them as the mediators between the human realm of religion and the supernatural world. So the ruler of Wu Yue can communicate with they have a superpower, I think. In Taoist theory, the casting of dragons. So this you can see the golden dragons like this. This ritual was typically performed at the famous mountains, great rivers, and renowned sacred sites, what we call Dong Tian Fu Di in Chinese. For example, very famous female emperor Wu Zetian once carried out this ritual in the mountain Songshan. What I want to emphasize is that the choice of the West Lake as the sacred site was a deliberate decision of the Wu Yue court. West Lake was therefore not merely a body of water for livelihood or economic use. It was also a sacred space where the Wu Yue King sought to communicate with heaven and the earth. If we turn our attention to the area I marked in the map, we see another key development. The element monk Yongming Yanshou and the Zanling assisted Wu Yue King in constructing the monumental Liuhe Stupa. This tower was not only regarded at the time as a catapult subduing the tide force over the river, but also functioned as a lighthouse. It's a lighthouse for sailors when they navigate the waters. When speaking of Guanyin sacred sites, scholars often refer to the Mount Putuoshan. Yet, in fact, establishment of Putuo as the central Guanyin sanctuary is a phenomenon of Southern Song, especially in the Ming Dynasty. During the Tang and Huai dynasties, the cult of Guanyin was already popular. In particular, Guanyin, as described in the Lotus Sutra, Fa Hua Jing, was regarded as the protector of sailors, as Hangzhou was a major hub of water transportation. Guanyin devotion was especially strong among the local population. Guanyin is very popular in Hong Kong, it's a said, because Hong Kong is a port city. It is said that Qianchu, the Wu Yue Qianchu, in his dream, it is a divine response that led him to establish the Tianzhu Kanjing monastery. That means coming from India. Moreover, Hangzhou's landscape themselves closely with the description of Guanyin sacred sites in the Huayan Sutra. At this time, the well-known image of Shuiyue Guanyin like this. You can see the Bodhisattva sit down, and you can see the water and the mountain. It's very popular in the 10th century. We can see these images in Korea and in Japan. Of course, in the Southern Song. Also, this is a reputation that later attracts great attention among our historians, I think. In addition, Wu Yue made effective use of printing technology for both political and religious purpose, like this. This is the imprint to spread its power. It was in the context that Wu brought prints of the 12 face Guanyin. So you can see the 12 face. You have 12 face. What then did the landscape of Hangzhou look like? I believe the writing of Bai Juyi is very important, offers us many important historical rules. From his descriptions, we learn that in the mid-Tang period, Hangzhou was already a city celebrated for its natural beauty. It's a very beautiful city, I think, with lotus blooms, green ponds, and thousands of pine trees in his eyes. During his belief, tenure as a governor of Hangzhou, Bai Juyi often visits Lingyin Temple and Tianzhu Temple. In his poems and articles, he described these sites as a sacred Buddhist mountains, and he visioned them as an ideal Buddhist land. If we please close your eyes, it's very important. It's the imagination. If you close your eyes, you can almost picture the landscape of Hangzhou mountain temples. You can see the monks living in the hills, surrounded by pines and bamboos, with stings and spring flowering, through a very peaceful setting, very wonderful, very harmonious atmosphere, I think. By the 10th century, under the Wu Yue Kingdom, the landscape of the capital underwent very important transformation. With the patronage of Qianchu, Lingyin Temple expanded into a vast complex of more than 1,300 ruins, very huge temple. Lingyin can be understood as both a continuum of Hangzhou's tradition as a Buddhist sacred site linked to India very important. It's just imagination. As a delivery effort by the Wu Yue Code, to proclaim its reign as the ideal Buddhist land, a new India connected with China, I think. Okay, we can shift our attention to the site I marked in the red. It's called Leifeng Stupa. This structure was long attracted scholarly attention, and thanks to the archaeological work, we now have a very clear understanding of its architectural form and ritual objects buried in these sites. Beneath the stupa were discovered stone scriptures of Huayan Sutra and the Diamond Sutra, Jingang Jing. Were discovered the stone scriptures. Because the site was also where he made offering of the Buddha, hair relics. Among the findings was celebrated Baoqian Yin Turoni. I would just suggest that the Leifeng Stupa can be understood as one of the final monumental devices through which the last Wu Yue king presented himself to his objects as the ideal Buddhist king in his kingdom. Okay. To conclude, from the town late Han to the 10th century, from the 9th to the 10th century, Hangzhou became a transformed capital. West Lake served as a sacred space of Taoist rituals, while temples, stupas, and Dani pillars project royal authority. Relics temple signed the Wu Yue's role as a protector of Buddhism. In this way, the imagery of Tianzhu, that means India, was renewed and strengthened, making Hangzhou not only a sacred site of Guanyin, but also the center of the Buddhist world. By the 10th century, the model Buddhist capital was no longer in Jiankang or in capital Chang'an or in Luoyang. That means Hangzhou is the center in the universe, in the Buddhist land. Okay, in my conclusion, my presentation today, I want to explain how the Wu Yue Code employed the religious device and ritual to construct the sacred sites in Hangzhou. The transformation of the capital landscape can be seen as a reflection of the code's political religious attitudes, as well as how the rulers perceive and just the imagination. Like Louis said, this is the landscape and imagination. In the 9th and 10th centuries, sacred relics play a very important role. Their discovery, numerous multiplication, and ritual transformation all contribute to strengthen the sacred character of Wu Yue King and strengthen his power. West Lake in the Wu Yue Kingdom served particular attention. It was both a sacred space where Wu Yue King performed the Taoist casting dragons, Toulong, rituals, and at the same time a Buddhist sacred site devoted to the Guanyin. He or she is a protector of merchants and sailors. From the late 9th to the 10th century, Hangzhou landscape showed both continuity and transformation, very huge transformation, I think. The lotus blooms on the lake, and the thousands of pine trees remain constant. Even today, we can see these flowers and trees. But new elements appear under the patronage and the intervention of the Wu Yue Code. Numerous Buddhist temples, stupas, and the stupa pillars. This visual device greatly profoundly reshape the cityscape. I would suggest that these changes also reflect the spiritual worldview at that time. That means the Wu Yue Ring was a land protected by Guanyin and the guardian deities. We can see the Buddhist guardian in the Gimei Museum. And this capital was the seat of a sacred king, sacred Buddhist king, the very center of the Buddhist world rather than a peripheral region. Is the center. So Hangzhou is the Buddhist center. Okay, this is the last picture I want to show you. This is a photo I took in Kyoto. Because we are scholars from everywhere, right? So we can use your eyes to see these pictures. This landscape like this. This is very popular in China, Hangzhou, or in Japan, or in Korea. In Japan or in China, we could call this the Chan. Chan is very important. So please open your eyes, because if you can see the harmony in this picture, that means your mind is very close to the Buddha. It's very interesting. So if you like this, that means you're a wonderful guy. You can receive the happiness and the blessing from the Buddha. Thank you for your listening.
Questions?
Yeah, may I start? Yeah.
May you explain this? How?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, maybe I can share some, just my feelings. Okay. In fact, this landscape is pretty important for monks, especially for the. In fact, in Tang dynasties, monks like scholars, they have very high social status. So scholar will ask his students, what you can see in this landscape, and if he can answer the right question, that means you can promotion. Yeah, it's very important. So, in fact, you can see the water. In Japan, you can say the dry mountain and water, 枯山水, right? So, this picture, in my memory, I sit down in the temple to see this view about 30 minutes. I want to know what is the zen or the qi in this picture. It's very important because maybe in the 9th century or maybe in 15th century, this picture we cannot see. Just a few people can see this picture, because this is I took the pictures in front of the Fangzhang. That means the presidents. This is the landscape of the presidents. So quite few can enjoy this landscape, and you can see, if you can feel the energy and the harmony in these pictures, that means that your mind is quite simple, and like water. Water is very important, like qi. So you can see the harmony in this picture. When I sit down to see this picture, I can feel the nature connect with me. This is very important for the Buddhist monks. So you can see why Wu Yue Emperor or Wu Yue rulers build the temples among the mountains and rivers, because they believe, like the professor said, feng shui is connected with the Buddhism, feng shui, and the mountain and the river. It's very quite. I think this is very important in East Asia. This is the beginning in Hangzhou, but later it affected the Korean culture and the Japanese culture. That's why I stay in Japan many years. Yeah.
Okay, last question. You mentioned the West Lake.
Yeah.
Was a kind of the navel of this Buddhist universe.
Yes.
But you also said that that was a place where the Wu Yue king performed Taoist rituals.
Yes.
So how did these two elements? How did the kings reconcile these two elements?
Yes. Today we have a new knowledge about the kingship and religions. Very new, because now we know from the middle period, from the Northern dynasty to the Tang dynasty, emperors use diverse religions. Like I mentioned, the Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian used both Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. So Toulon is very important to pray for the dragons, for the rain. It's very important for the agriculture, right? So the Westlake, maybe you can say that Wu Yue king want to become the ideal king, imitating the Shui and Tang emperors. So today we call Wu Yue king, but at that time, I think maybe Wu Yue rulers want to become the emperors. They want to build out a new Tianxia, new heaven. It's very interesting there because in Confucianism and emperor system, king of Wu Yue doesn't have this power. But the Buddhism and Taoism, he can become the sacred king in his religion. Very interesting.
So there was no tension between these two elements.
I think they just see the different religions as a tool.
For different purposes.
Different tools.
Okay.
For their purpose.
All right.
More questions?
So maybe just a question, because concerning the last slide, you made this reference. If we can see the landscape, so the chi is in the image or in us?
Both. Like the Professor Shen mentioned, because qi like a body, like a cosmology, so qi is everywhere. So if you feel the qi inside, you can feel the qi outside. That's why the element monk asked his students, can you feel the Chan? In fact, the qi. If you can feel the Chan in this temple, that means you really hard practice. You practice maybe many months practice very long time, maybe 20 or 30 years, and asking, can you feel that? That means you can become in the future you can become a teacher.
Can I fill in a bit of the information on this? Qi, in Taoism, Qi is actually the material manifestation of the Tao. So Tao is everywhere, it's in everything, and therefore Qi is in everything too. But especially as an animal, like human beings, your Qi get jammed very often, and that's how the traditional Chinese medical system conceives of illness. So whenever you're ill, you're sick, you hurt somewhere, that means Qi is jammed on that particular spot. And so, theoretically, when you contemplate this theme, you resonate, your Qi resonate with the Qi outside of you. And then they together they kind of produce a kind of undifferentiated whole between you and what's being contemplated by you. And another thing is when Qi can also be understood as energy. Basically, just energy, universal energy, universal vital forces, and human beings, like I already mentioned to you yesterday, human beings are in the process of being socialized. He just became gradually cut off from the energy outside of him. So basically, contemplation is one way of trying to dissolve that separation, dissolve your sense of, over-exaggerated sense of identity. And on the other hand, you can, for instance, practice Qigong.
Yeah.
So that you can, in the process, you can dissolve your the barrier between you and the energy outside, and you can resonate with the energy. Then you can fast for 30 days without eating.
Okay, so thank you. I would like just to go to the stage, the person that allowed all this to turn into reality. So Professor Tamina Decimet, it's the dean of the school, and the person who allowed and says that Excelia can animate such conferences that are so apparently so distanced from management and business. So, Tamin, thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will try to orientate this accordingly. Thank you, Nuno, for giving me the floor. So, dear colleagues, I'm going to try to close this academy. I'm sorry to haven't been able to formally open the CIPSH Academy 2025 due to other obligations, but I know that it went well. I hope you had fruitful, inspiring, and promising discussions. In any case, Excelia Business School is really proud to have hosted this edition on one of its interdisciplinary campuses here in Paris-Cachan, where we want to nurture a systematic cross-breeding of contributions and angles from institutional, social context, social aspect, to research and pedagogy. This is how we intend here to generate these intelligences that are necessary to manage the new world and to manage in the new world. Excelia Business School is proud to have achieved this edition in association with Apfelia, of course, and I would like to thank Louise and Nuno for the organization of the event, and Stephanie, as well as all the speakers and attendees for their participation and, of course, their contributions. The way this academy has been designed and organized is in fact emblematic of Excelia Business School's approach of an education rooted in the society. First, a strong historical, and in fact in France, historic focus on sustainability as a key transversal topic at the heart of which management should be. This is unique really in the French landscape, and our approach is holistic from the beginning, or was holistic from the beginning. We have to incubate different mentalities, cultivate open ideas, as well as promote responsible knowledge. This is why learning is so different here for decades. We aim at generating people who think, who act, who interact, who create, who behave, and who perform and assess performance differently. Second, a deeper focus on the issue of water as symptomatic of the complexity of the sustainability challenges. So we decided through the Blue Education experience to define this specific area of expertise and with a specific investigation agenda aligned with the history, but also with the geography of our school. This is to be more precise, more relevant, and more impactful in the continuation of our academic agenda, and to produce advanced knowledge and adapted skills for managers acting simultaneously in their companies, in the society, and in the planet, and acting for today, but also acting for tomorrow at the same time. The third aspect for which it is emblematic of what we are trying to do is that we have this philosophy of an impact concern that is integrated as an initial imperative in structuring our activity. But of course, you know this more than I and other people, this imperative imposes cross-disciplinarity. And in other words, this cross-disciplinarity, the problem is that this cross-disciplinarity has a cost. And the cost is that, of course, it takes time, and this, especially if we want to achieve this cross-disciplinarity with humanities. At first, it takes time. It raises more questions. It is still questioning, but at the end, this is what creates sustainable impact in the long run. And finally, we have a willingness to deal with such topics with a decentralized approach.
which is also a guarantee to generate sustainable impact and enrich vision. This is why it was of high interest that on the issue of waterscapes management, the angle gathers at the same time the Chinese and the global university perspectives. No doubt, dear colleagues, your reflection, your discussions, your interactions, and your intellectual elevation will contribute to our inspiration in the construction of a UNESCO chair on the issue of waterscapes management, which really constitute one of our key projects in our strategic trajectory. So, and I warmly thank you for that, dear and esteemed colleagues. Thank you so much.
I know that you are very busy, that you have to run.
Yes,
but
as usual. But it was a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tamim.
See you later.
See you. So, well, we are closing the session. I would just say a few words. I invited Tamim to come here because I would like you also to know that the school Excel is really involved and really engaged in this type of approach. And it's not normal. It's not normal to have a business school engaged in this type of reflections. And so we secured, and it's not just for utilitarian reasons. It's because amongst the faculty, some of the managers, I included, we really believe in the need for impactful management and to change and to transform society in a certain direction. And that is the direction of more sustainable societies and a transdisciplinary approach to solve what UNESCO calls the wicked problems of society. And it's not possible to do that without this type of conversations, without this type of discussions. And one of the things that I saw here is we had very fruitful discussions between East and West. And we discussed waterscapes from completely different fields: geography, literature, philosophy, management, neurology, religion, spirituality, history. So, but there was one thing in common in all these approaches, and with people from the East and from the West, from different universities. One thing was in common, that humanity is at the center of the solutions, and that we have to find a balance. Although we have different perspectives on how to achieve it, but we have to find a balance between the natural and the anthropical systems in order to progress. And I finish this academy with high hopes that we are in the right direction to do it. At least, well, we have the potential to continue this conversation and at least start doing some kind of transformation. And it's interesting to see that in China, in Taiwan, in France, in Europe, we have exactly the same issues and the same fears and the same expectations. And if we can break the barrier, that, as Jacobs was saying in his presentation, so that if we can, the problem is the details, of course, but if we can break this barrier and we can really pass from the knowledge of something that is corrupt and that needs remedy, and we can jump to the solutions and to really implement something in the field, then that would be very, very, very positive. And I think that the discussions that we have here lead in that direction of finding solutions, real solutions, that really impact real people and not just very high-level conceptual discussions, which are essential to then ground these actions in the ground. Now, so thank you very much for your presence here and for all the discussions that we had the pleasure to have. I will now call Luis because we are going to and also because Luis will officially close the academy.
Okay. So this is an auction. Thank you, Lily. Before we give on these certificates, let me just say a few words. First, to our colleague that has been helping us for this whole week. Thank you very much. You were great, and yes, and I think all of us noticed how fast you were in the first day, changing the slide and finding an image with a map. This was really someone who is attentive, so thank you very much for that. I'd like, of course, to thank Stephanie, who is not here with us. Oh, she's still here. I thought you had already left. Thank you very much. And, of course, Nuno, who is having a very strong responsibility in your shoulders, which is to bring to the sphere of CIPSH the worlds of management, business, which is very important, but these are worlds that for a long time have not been working sufficiently together. I'd like to thank, of course, Excelia for the support, the CCK Foundation, and the support is now, we are now in the second program with CCK. And I would like to recall Professor Chen, who passed away, but he was the president of CCK when I first discussed with him the establishment of this program. And of course, Professor Jean-Pierre Chen, who all of us know, and sits at the center of everything in a very peculiar way of bringing everyone together in a wonderful way. And to say only two more things. One is to thank Dr. Lee for joining this program. We have high expectations for this early career researchers program, and I invite all of us to support him so that his career will be inspiring for others as well. And a little bit of homework. We will have to prepare the papers of this conference. We will be publishing them. Nuno and I will write something to you in the coming days. It will not be the final guidelines because the exact place of publishing hasn't been decided. We have two possibilities. Either we do as a standalone peer-reviewed book of proceedings, or as a special issue of a journal. If it is a special issue of a journal, our preference will go to Diogenes, which is the journal of CIPSH. But as Diogenes itself is in the process of changing publisher, we will wait, but not that much. So if the situation is clarified soon enough, it will be Diogenes. If it's another one, it will be another one. But the basic structure of the text, we will define it so that everyone can start working in terms of average size and so on. And then we will negotiate with the publishers based on what we will send to you. There might be some editing in the end, but these will be things to be done automatically. And Nuno, we have to give this away. This is certificates of attendance, and the first one goes to Yuli. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Ja, vamos distribuir isto?
Sebastian.
Thank you, Nuno. Thank you.
Do I have to give you?
My name looks nice on this.
Thank you very much.
John, so $20 each. I will send my bank account to your email. Yes. Well, you know my signature is it's already there. Okay, thank you very much, and see you next time.
Thank you. For an operational, so the van is taking you at 6:30, so you still have 1 hour. We finished a little bit earlier.
Okay.
So it will be, because we planned that we would finish a little bit
1 hour
later, so you still have 1 hour. If you can walk to Paris. No,
Okay.
joking. Now,